There's a little hat.
Yes.
Oh.
Andrea and Andreas! Andreas! We have you here! We have a girl gang. I've never had this in my life. This is very exciting, and they're all better than me at chess.
I know a lot about wine, obviously. Drink it every morning. No, sorry, that's whiskey in Ireland. I confuse the two things. Spaghetti?
Dobra.
Burger?
It's 30 seconds to a minute. Alex might lose her first match.
Literally no one opening that's the
Because
easiest
it's
to
the
memorize,
best one.
and you still
It's actually very complicated at higher levels. Yeah. Coats and accessories. Yeah.
Opa!
Yes! Man, I understood that.
So we made it to London barely.
Andrea,
Alright, we're crossing the river and there's Big Ben.
This is supposed to be team chess. Okay. I'm tired. That was fucking terrible. I'm never doing it again.
He couldn't get a gambit already. Palms are sweaty, they're heavy, but on the service he's in check already.
I'm so powerful. And we are here with Alex's best Norwegian friend. Get in here, Hammer. Get in here, Hammer.
Welcome. I have notes. The
Yay,
legendary
notes.
Oslo Botez Oslo tour.
Yay.
What do you think about this work, Nick? Look at this framing. Okay, the framing is not great, but station to the royal palace.
Okay.
And it has all.
We're here with Anna Kramling, my new Botez sister. Might even bring her to Dubai.
Overhand machining.
Did you hear that?
Okay, this is too much. I'm out of it.
Don't leave.
I'm out. Which we're going to be seeing. One of the main pieces.
Good tidings we bring to you and your friends. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Now give us some piggy pudding. Now give us some piggy pudding.
We got with us Alexandra and Andrea Botez.
Let's just say.
Do you think chess people are fun?
Honestly, I really enjoy hanging out with chess players. And
The Botez sisters are like sharks, and there's just eels just flying around like.
Andrea comes up with only the most refined, classiest.
Welcome everyone, and this is the back of our streamer, and it has been what the video feed has been showing for a couple of minutes already. I thought I should give Alexandra a moment to finish her photo shoot before turning on the camera, but now we're 2 minutes away from the start, so I guess this is what we're showing. Previously it was chair stream, now it's back stream. And honestly, with this camera angle, I'm not sure where the board is. That is our opponent sitting down with the red hair. We know already that Alexandra is very fearful of young Canadian kids, girls in particular. And today we get a young Icelandic kid. And you know what they say in chess, the younger the opponent, the scarier. So yesterday we had a 13-year-old, and today we have a 12-year-old, something, or maybe yesterday was 14 and today is 13. But yeah, no, the kids are back and they're scary as always. Let me see if we have more. Yeah. Okay, excuse me while I try to do technical stuff. I think this'll do. Reverse board, yeah, sorry. 13 and she drew a 2000 rated player. She's done very, very well. Like, her rating before the tournament started was 1500 and she already gained 60 points in the tournament, and she gained over 70 points on April 1st when all the March games were rated. So this kid has gained like 200 points in a month. So we're a little scared. I'm not hiding that fact. But, you know, this is a chance to break the trend and get some points with the black pieces. So far, we're 0-3 with the black pieces. And we gotta try and stop that bleed. And this is an opportunity to just do just that. And if she wins this one, maybe we get the white pieces against 2200 tomorrow. Kid is like, gotta farm elo from these streamers. Yeah. That juicy streamer rating. Kids are underrated. Streamers don't really practice that much. Don't have anything but blitz opening repertoires. Prime for farming. Okay, handshake and the game gets going with the white pieces. Gudrun, or at least that's how we would say it in Norwegian. In Icelandic, it's probably like Gudrun. Well, it's probably quite similar because Norwegian and Icelandic is reasonably similar. She goes with the pawn to d4. I just caught Alexandra playing c5, and Gudrun plays d5. Uh-oh. She never goes d5. Okay, so normally Gudrun's her problem is that she's a little bit too passive with the white pieces. And so we thought we could exploit that. By being aggressive and sticking to the Benoni. But it appears Gudrun also has a coach, and that coach may have seen that Alexandra playing the Benoni is not a great success. Okay, but in my defense, we're still in prep. We're just not in prep for what we expected today. And Gudrun is playing way more aggressive than she's used to. And maybe she will not be able to kind of showcase the playing style necessary to play this aggressive. We should have not played the Benoni. Well, so far it's so good. Knight f3, this is not a move to be scared of. Bishop g7 from Alexandra. So far, we're following a game. Well, we're not following it, but it's very similar to a game Alexandra had earlier in the tournament. This is fine. This is fine. Ready for victory. I'm feeling optimistic. Honestly, you guys are kind of you have seen Alexandra's 2 previous games in the Benoni, and so you're a bit negative. But I've seen the Benoni prep. The Benoni prep is good. It's good. It's genuinely good. And now having those 2 devastating losses, Alexandra has been looking at that prep, and she's not going to make the same mistakes. Wasn't that the one where she played e6 and we struggled all game? Yeah, that was not a good one, Gerber. But the one where Alexandra played e6 too early was without pawn to c4. With pawn to c4, now we're not going to lose in 10 moves. Or 5 moves, as was the case in the game referenced against the Mongolian. Now, knight c3 on the board. This is not in the prep. This is not in the prep, but it's not Alexandra's fault. So this is the current position in the game. And what we have in the prep, we have this. Okay, so chat, this is the prep. This is a slightly worse version of things that Gudrun has played. And Alexandra goes knight to f3. Well, she's playing quickly, at least. Oh, knight to f6. Sorry. Nah, f3, f6 doesn't really matter. Was there any game we were still in prep after move 4 this tournament? Yeah. No, we had really good prep against the unrated guy. We pretty much got a winning position out of the opening against the unrated guy. But yeah, no, the money spent on the coaching may have had better use elsewhere. Okay, knight f6, bishop g5. Gudrun is playing very untraditional chess. Normally, when you play bishop g5, you set up with the pawns in the center. In general, I feel like she has played knight f3 too early. So it's a bad news, good news situation. The bad news is that we didn't get what we prepared specifically for this game because she played more aggressive than what is her custom. On the other hand, she's putting her pieces on sensible squares, but squares that are still considered not the best. Is that in that cool glass building by the harbor? Yeah, it's the Harpa Concert Hall. Okay, h6 posed the question to the bishop. The bishop retreated. Now, if Alexandra wants to respect the bishop pair, she would go g5, attack the bishop, bishop retreats, knight traps bishop on the edge of the board. In my estimation, this would be sensible, but also aggressive. But you can be sensible in your aggression. Did we get a Benoni? Of course we did, Angel. I haven't seen any top players playing the Benoni recently. Well, I'm sure that's about to change. Ooh! Okay, so Alexandra could have gone g5 and gone for the bishop pair. But instead, she plays a very untraditional move for this opening. But this move was, in fact, the computer's top choice. Bishop f5, great move. Great move. Trying to take control of the e4 square. If black is allowed to play knight to e4 here, we will see this bishop reign supreme. It's really good to see her finding moves that are not part of the normal plan in such situations, but turn out to be good. So basically, this opportunity to go with the bishop here, trying to facilitate the knight to e4 trade, this was made possible by the fact that white did not go e4. Chiz coming in with the 5 gifted subs. Thank you. And both players are playing, I would say, too quickly. In the first 8 moves, you make a lot of tricky decisions. I think both players are playing too quickly, but I do also think that Alexandra has a great position. After this e3 move, preparing to challenge Black's bishop, it's now very important that Alexandra takes this opportunity to go knight e4 and showcase the potential in her bishop. Okay, Engine doesn't like that. But let's get a prediction going. Knight to e4. Will we see Alexandra trying to open up for her fianchetto? That's what we call this bishop. The fianchettoed bishop. That can then reign supreme on the entire diagonal. Okay, so for some reason, Engine didn't really like that move. Maybe there's like even better options. How's queen to b6? Wow, queen to b6 is just very good for black. The threat against the b2 pawn is difficult to face. And if white tries to defend the pawn using the queen, the knight to e4 is just winning. Just winning. Queen to b6 is maybe just winning. At least if white doesn't find some very accurate defensive moves. Wow, she is about... Wow. Now I'm thinking YouTube titles. Oh, she goes queen a5. Okay, Alexandra goes queen a5. I don't like that move. Not a fan. Because now we're making some threats along the diagonal, but these threats are much easier to deal with than the threats to the pawn on b2. So now after queen to d2, I don't see how she follows up. Whereas if she had her queen pointed here towards the pawn, the knight e4 would have been a great response to queen d2. Next move, knight to e4. Yeah, if she's allowed to play knight e4 now, it's just game over. But you're not really hiding your intentions when you're pointing your queen in towards the white king. Both players have played way too quickly at this point. But Alexandra used this same strategy earlier in the tournament as well against another Icelandic player, Jon Ulfur Hafþórsson. And it worked really well. Alexandra won having more time on her clock after the game than when it started. Basically, she's not treating the hosts, the Icelandics, very nicely. Hey, Habanero. Gudrun has beaten a 1900 earlier in this tournament. So this is supposed to be a tricky opponent. But Alexandra got a good start. She got a good start, and she even missed opportunities to get an even better start. I think if Alexandra had played Queen B6 instead of the Queen A5 she did, going after this pawn on B2, which is also where your bishop can point. I mean, I think there's a good possibility here of Alexandra being able to win this game in the opening. Queen D2, which is the logical way to defend, is met by Knight E4, just winning the game. Because now these two bishops working together and with the queen as well, they're too strong, making too many threats on white's position. Not B3. No, because if you have this pressure and you push your pawn forward, the damage that does to the protection of your knight is massive. And also this bishop pointing down on the knight and on the rook, and the queen pointing down on the queen and the king. Like this double crosser missile thing is it's rough. Is she playing the dragon? No, she's playing Alexandra is playing the Benoni, an opening that has served her horrendously so far. But at the moment, Alexandra has a nice position. This eval bar is incorrect though. Eval bar is out drinking or something. What happens if an illegal move is made? Then the opponent will point out that you just tried to make an illegal move. You will have to make a different move. You will be penalized 2 minutes on the clock for making an illegal move. And most importantly, the touch move applies, which says that if you touch a piece with the intention to move it, you have to move that piece. And so if you... Well, basically it means that like if your queen is under attack and you tried to ignore it because you wanted to give a check on the black king and the opponent's king instead, well, it can have problematic ramifications. What if I moved a king and it's not able to move legally? Then you are still penalized for making an illegal move, but the touch move rule will not apply because you cannot move your king. Good question. Is that Greta Thunberg? No, but there's some resemblance, I agree. Can you show us some good moves for white in this position? Well, I assume she will go queen to d2. That's a pretty standard move. When your opponent puts your queen pointing down on your king, you want to have your own queen to block that pressure. How old is the kid in the background? I don't know. His flag says he's from Kazakhstan, I think. We could figure it out. We got some nice researchers in chat. Will you do commentary on the World Championship? No one has hired me, Snorky. I'm sorry to say. They should hire me, of course, but nobody did. Okay, Queen D2, the move we expected on the board. Do you know who is commentating rounds 8 and 9? I don't know. I heard Andrea is doing tomorrow. Is Alexandra from Canada? Born Texas, raised Vancouver, British Columbia. Then Oregon, then Stanford. Why born Texas? So how it works is when a woman loves a man very much, they become pregnant and they have a baby. And then depending on where you are in the world, that's where the baby is born. So if the mother is in Texas, the baby is born in Texas. It's not like you have the baby and then the baby pops out somewhere else. The baby and the mother has to be in the same place. Contrary to what Danes believe. I suddenly realized I can make fun of Danes while saying this. There's no stork coming in to deliver the babies. The baby actually knight h6. No, it's knight a6. Okay, so Alexandra, the computer wanted Alexandra to grab the bishop pair. Do this, be aggressive, and attack the bishop. Instead, Alexandra has tried knight a6, which is a tricky little move. She might be planning to try and attack both the king and the rook. And now it's very bad that the eval bar is not working. Because I have no idea how to feel about this move. It's either very bad or rather decent. Well, it can't be very bad. But this is potentially misplacing the knight. Because I'm not sure the knight will be good here on b4. So my concern is, what if bishop moves out when the knight then moves forward and white just castled? What is your knight actually doing here, and why did you spend 2 moves moving it to a bad position? So that's my concern about this knight move. And then my other concern is, what if bishop d3? Have we actually prevented this idea? Takes, knight b4, queen moves. The knight is just really bad here on the b4 square. Oh, but the engine is saying, this is interesting. Here, engine says b5 leads to a black advantage. That's a very clever move. Very, very clever move. The idea is, if this pawn is captured, then the knight comes in. And now the knight is not bad because we can capture in the center, exploiting the queen pointing down on the king. Okay, Alexandra continues her trend of playing very, very quickly. And she definitely has some tricks in the position. Let's see how Gudrun responds. Do Icelanders have Norwegian genes? Yes. Basically, all Icelandic people are people who left Norway because they were poor or criminals. Back in the day. Okay, bishop d3 on the board. Okay, Alexandra's going to trade. I don't think she has any other option. And here comes the question. So let's do a poll. Will Alexandra play the move b5 within, let's say, 3 moves? So either here or here. Will Alexandra play the move b5 within the next 3 moves? Within move 12. Who's the redhead? This is 13-year-old Gudrun Briem. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. This is not a traditional Icelandic name, the last name. The first one is as traditional as they get, probably. But there's no, like, Gudrunsdottir or Hafþórsdottir. Who's the brown head? That is Miss Alexandra Papa BotezDottir. So are these the years they were born? Yes. Gudrun, famous Icelandic writer from the 1500s. But they messed up her birth year because she has the same name as the famous author. Gowrie coming in with a rate of 185. Hello, everyone. My name is Hammer. And I'm doing commentary on Alexandra's comeback to tournament chess. So far, the moves are coming in pretty fast. A lot of tricky alternatives available for both players. But they're not spending time. Instead, they're making moves. The trade between the bishops have been completed. Queen takes back. Now, our question is that we also have a prediction on. Will Alexandra find the move b5? If she does, she will have a big advantage according to the computer. Computer right now, big fans of Alexandra's position. What else could she play? She could play knight to d7. That would also be... Okay, I thought that was going to be a decent move. Opening up for the bishop, but computer hates it. She could play g5. Trying to win the bishop pair. Computer also hates that. Okay, so basically, we have an interesting situation going on right now. If Alexandra does not find the best plan here, it's very likely she will be in trouble. Why don't they just memorize the good moves? I mean, why didn't they just think of that? Why B5? Is it a sacrifice? It's actually not a sacrifice. It looks like a sac. Oh, she does it! Wow, she played it! Let's go! Let's go! Okay, I gotta be honest with you, chat. I was not optimistic. She's been playing so quickly. It's like a tricky idea. She's not been feeling very confident about her Benoni, but boy, wow. Let's go. B5. Great move. Great move. And look at the opponents next to them. The opponent playing the 7-year-old. He's completely disinterested in what the 7-year-old is doing. He is just looking at Alexandra's move, B5. That caught the attention of all the side lookers. And now the 7-year-old kid is looking more at Alexandra's position than his own. He's playing a 7-year-old. He's already lost. I mean, playing a 7-year-old, you can't really win. Either you win and you make a kid cry, or you lose and you make yourself doubt every decision you have made in your life up until that point. There were probably some audible gasps. I mean, chess would be better if there were, Julia. Why is that move so good? Oh, you guys want me to explain chess? Wow. That's not really my style. I'll give it a go though. So basically, this pawn on c4 is defending the pawn on d5. So that's very important. However, Alexandra is trying to lure this pawn out to the side of the board so that she can follow up with the knight first attacking the queen, and when the queen retreats, Alexandra will be able to capture the pawn in the center using a trick. Because here, even though white has 2 pieces defending and Alexandra only has 1 protecting, it turns out this is okay for black anyway, because after the trade, it opens up between the queens so that we can trade the queens and then recapture in the center. And at the end of all of this, black has 2 pawns, or I guess you could say 4 against 2 in the center, like the half most central files on the board. In addition, the opponent has gotten doubled pawns, which is a disadvantage, not to mention the fact that this bishop, let's do that in, oh, yellow is the normal. Plus, this bishop is just a monster, having so many options along that diagonal. So, yeah, good move. If we can have this position, Alexandra would be completely winning despite not even being up a pawn. we're winning within 30 moves again, it's a distinct possibility. What if the queen moves to d1 instead of d2? So if queen d1, there's the same idea, but pretty much. Knight takes on d5, and now this knight cannot be captured because of the pressure on the king. The black queen is pointing towards the white king, which means in this case, the knight can't even move. That was a really, really good move from Alexandra. Really good move. B3. So if white tries to play b3, which is sensible in that it tries to keep the pawns protected up the board, it has one major flaw. And that is the knight on c3 is now significantly less defended. And that knight already is feeling the pressure from the black queen. But there's also pressure from the black bishop. And basically, this knight is at the intersection of the queen and the bishop. And that means boom. You're not going to do well if that knight becomes undefended. Engine suggests knight takes here, but there's probably many other good moves as well. Okay, Gudrun decides to take on f6. Okay. Now Alexandra has to be accurate. Because if bishop takes back, then we lose the knight that was going to take the pawn on d5. So if we take back with the bishop now, then we're going to lose this pawn for real. Because after knight b4, queen goes back, we don't have that additional pressure towards the pawn. But Alexandra has what is known in the trade as an in-between move. She can choose to not capture this bishop and instead first attack the queen, make the trade between the two pawns. And when the queen takes back, then you capture the bishop. And you've avoided losing that pawn you initially sacrificed. But then at the same time, you also lose some of your attacking intentions. That being said, this is still good for Alexandra because what she achieved by getting rid of that b pawn is that it's now very easy for Alexandra to use this open file, putting pressure towards the pawn on b2, and as we saw earlier, moving that pawn is problematic because of the pressure coming in from the queen and bishop towards the c3 knight. Gudrun ruined her trick. Well, she ruined one of the tricks, but Alexandra has several more because she's pointing her pieces in the same area. B takes c4, bishop takes g7. Good suggestion, legend. So what if Alexandra decides to go after the queen, what if white just decides, I'm going to sacrifice my queen and be an absolute hero? Because actually, a knight, a bishop, and a rook in trade for a queen is considered better for the three pieces. The queen is good, but as with everything, there is a price. The problem here is that after king f8, there's no way of saving the bishop. So if this bishop could return home, this would be good for white. But as it turns out, black controls all the squares the bishop can move to. And as chat is reporting, Alexandra has indeed captured the pawn on c4. What is known as a Zwischenzug. Say it with me, chat. Zwischenzug. Okay, I was going to have a spelling competition with chat, but apparently there's a lot of Germans watching. That's what we get for having EU-friendly streams. So far, is this the best opening she's played in your opinion? I mean, I dislike that she's playing so quickly. And I dislike she's missing out on many opportunities. But she has almost a winning position with black after 12 moves. I can't be disappointed. But I will say this. Once again, she didn't do what's in the prep. So from a personal perspective, I'm thinking, why do I even make these prep files if she never remembers them? But this we're not telling her, okay? This is between you and me, chat. Okay. Gudrun cleverly does decide to prioritize her queen's health. Queen takes pawn, and now Alexandra will take here with the bishop. In fact, she already has. And now Alexandra, the benefit of her great b5 move is that she got rid of the pawn on this file, which means this file can now be utilized for the rook to put pressure. This is a fantastic, fantastic position for black. Okay. Gudrun castles. And when the kids are displaying good opening principles, are we going to castle as well? Showing that we too have been taught the art of chess openings. Gudrun's playing like it's speed chess, and even so, Alexandra has even more time on the clock. Both players so far treating this like a rapid game. But Alexandra is finding the good moves. Wow, and she doesn't even castle. Rook b8 first. Putting pressure on the open file. Just what the doctor ordered. Do you often castle after your opponent has castled? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's not like you should castle because your opponent just castled. Normally it's a race. You want to be the first to castle. And then at higher levels, there are some exceptions. But in general, the faster, the better. Doesn't queen a4 kind of solve white's problems? No, not even close. Queen a4 manages to provoke a trade of queens. But after the trade, the rook will come forward, attack the knight. And if the knight moves back, well, then the pawn is unprotected. And if the knight uses the pawn to protect itself, that opens up between the bishop and the rook. And so we take the rook and we're winning on number of pieces. So, yeah. Queen trade doesn't solve the problem. The problems are still there, with all the black pieces working together very nicely, putting heaps of pressure on, in particular, the knight on c3 and the pawn on b2. Notice how all of Alexandra's pieces are pointing in the same direction. And that means the white pieces under pressure right now, they're in big trouble.
Hello, it is I, Andrea from the future. I have time traveled to send you a very important message, and that is that today's stream is brought to you by Coinbase. Coinbase is the most trusted and secure online platform for buying, selling, trading, and storing cryptocurrency. Coinbase provides crypto beginners an easy platform to not only trade cryptocurrency, but also provides educational resources. Brought to you by Coinbase.
Man, you guys are missing Andrea, huh? She'll be back tomorrow for what is hopefully a white game against the 2200, where Alexandra is going to win and put her rating back above 2000. That's the goal. It was a good run, but you're no match for Alexandra. Nice one, Simplistic. Why is Andrea not playing here? She needs to practice for her boxing match. Please post promotion for the boxing mods. At least what date it is. April 15th. In 13 days. And Andrea is going up against a girl with, yeah, a lot of muscle. Honestly, Andrea is probably going to get absolutely destroyed. But, you know, we'll see. We'll see. Okay, move on the board. Rook to b1. Protects the pawn that was being attacked by the black rook. And Alexandra castles immediately. Wow, Alexandra legit trying to have more time on the clock after the when the game finishes than when it started. She did it once and she's trying to do it again. She's giving no respect to the 13-year-olds. She's just coming in here to get the job done. And get it done as quickly as possible. And so far, Alexandra is doing all the right things. And she's got great pressure on White's position. Can we check in on Dina? Yeah, we can. Let's go see how Dina's doing. Already thinking about that sauna. She's been really, really liking the sauna trips. You might be right, Shark. Okay. Vila is, I'm happy to report, awake. And now we have Dina in frame. Dina is playing another super, super high rated Grandmaster. Last time she played a Grandmaster with a rating of 2580 something. She won. And here we go again. Is he related to Paul Erdos? I think it's just a very common Hungarian name. Fun fact, the game I once won against Victor Erdos was awarded Chess Opening Novelty of July 2011 or something. I think I won like €100 from that. Or something. Or maybe it was like best game. I don't remember exactly what it was, but I won a prize for it. Massive payoff, chess career on track. At the time, I thought it was a pretty good prize. Since then, I started doing chess commentary. I gotta say, a lot more lucrative than playing chess, let me tell you. Okay. I'm kind of confused what's going on in Dina's game because it feels like she's played more moves than what you're supposed to be allowed to play at this point. I think what has happened is that White went first with a pawn 1 square and then went another square after that. It's the only way I make sense of the fact that Black has done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Black has done 6 moves. And White has done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wow, it's even worse than I thought. Like, White has done 5 moves and Black has done 6 moves. Okay, so here, 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 here. Captures, captures, but captures we don't need to count. Knight out, knight out. Pawn up, knight out. Knight out, queen out, bishop out. Somehow Dina has played 2 more moves than what she's supposed to be allowed to. I am so confused by this position. I'm really looking forward to seeing how this happened. Okay. Let's check the moves that were played. Okay, e4, c6, called it. d4, d5, called it. Trade, that's fine. That's fine. Knight f3, knight c6, that's fine. Oh, maybe I counted wrong. c3, queen c7, c4. Yeah, so there's one move. Instead of going c4 in one, he went first here and then there. Both knights out and then bishop out. I think I miscounted. I thought it was two. She had two moves more than what she was supposed to, but it turned out to be one. He mouse slipped c3. I'm not sure that is what happened, chat. I'm an amateur, but after seeing some of Dina's games during the last months, I believe she's underrated. In other news, Dina just lost 42 points on the April 1st FIDE rating list. But she's playing very well here. Her game against Gajewski was incredible. Okay. Erdos is going bishop to e3. I mean, that doesn't seem like a very challenging move. Maybe Dina has time to get her bishop out now. Get her rook into the center. I'm liking Dina's position, if I'm entirely honest with you. And the Grandmaster spent 24 minutes on this move. 24 minutes. Isn't it Erdos? Oh, maybe it is, yeah. I know that's how they do it in Polish. Hungarian is kind of strange, though. It's Erdos, just like the mathematician Paul Erdos. Does everyone know how to pronounce the name of famous mathematicians? I consider myself a pretty knowledgeable guy. But I didn't know that was an expected part of knowledge. Okay, Dean, wow. The guy thinks for 24 minutes. And Dina hits him back with rook d8 in 2 minutes. Can Dina get a norm in this tournament? Definitely. Dina's, well, getting a Grandmaster norm may be a little bit tough. But I would assume she's way ahead of getting a potential IM norm. Let me check her results. Let's see. Dina so far has beat a 2000, a 2000, and 1800. Okay, that's not great for norms. She lost against a 2450 and a 2470. Also not great for norms. But she beat a 2580. Yeah, actually, she's behind on the IM norm. She's doing good, but yeah, if she makes a draw in this game, yeah, basically she needs to make a draw in this game and then win the next one and then make a draw in the last one or something like that. I would estimate she needs 2 points out of 3 for an IM norm. What is norms? So, I I mean, the naming makes no sense, but basically, in order to get like the Grandmaster title or the International Master title, you need to have 3 performances at a set level. So you not only need to have a certain rating, you also need to have some good performances. And the demand for the performances is higher than the rating itself. It's complicated. How much rating do you need to become Women Grandmaster? For Dina's title, Woman Grandmaster, she needed to have 2,300 rating. In addition, she needed 3 norms of 2,400. Whereas the International Master title needs 3 norms of 2,450. So considering the fact that Dina has the Woman Grandmaster title, she probably has quite a few IM norms as well. Honestly, she might not even need any more norms. She might just need the 2,400 rating. Dina already has all her IM norms. Okay, yeah. As I was saying, Windo. She has 4 IM norms. Good gosh. Okay, so I guess that makes that part of the conversation pretty irrelevant. Dina only needs a 2,400 rating to get her title. Okay, did Alexandra already win? No, we'll go back to Alexandra's game. We stayed at Dina's for a little bit. Part 1, because she's playing a very strong Grandmaster. Part 2, because she actually has a pretty good position, even though she's playing with the black pieces against the Grandmaster. And we were talking about things, so that's okay. But now we're going to move back and check how Alexandra is doing. Alexandra got a great start to her game. She played a really nice sacrifice with a pawn, which turned out not to be a sacrifice. And now let's see what has happened in the meantime. So the latest moves we caught were rook to b1, protecting the pawn on b2, which Alexandra was attacking. And then castles. Gudrun played knight d2, maybe wanting to have that knight attack the queen. And Alexandra now moves her knight back to put more pressure on the d5 pawn. Sensible play. Sensible play. And yeah, I'm loving Alexandra's position. There's no reason not to. She's got some really, really well-placed pieces. Original Black Pepper coming in with the 5,000 bits. Really enjoying your commentary. Thank you. Wow. No, thank you. Thank you. Is rook takes b2 an idea? Well, I mean, it is an idea, but at the moment it seems unnecessary to sacrifice your rook to make threats afterwards. Right now, I think Alexandra's main plan should just be to move this rook up and get the other rook involved as well. All of Alexandra's pieces have really nice ideas. So the bishop is pointing towards these 2 white pieces. The queen is pointing here. The rook pointing here. The knight is pointing here. The only piece without any threats being made is the rook on f8. So I would like to have that rook contribute, moving over here to participate in the threats being made. And the way to make that happen is move this guy up. So if white doesn't do anything, We move one guy up and the next one behind, and we have massive pressure with the rooks pointing down. Okay, but first, knight b3, threat on the queen. We need to deal with this pressure. Alexandra has three squares to choose between. Let's try and do a prediction. Queen b4. Oh, never mind. We're never going to manage to have any predictions, people, because Alexandra is treating this. I said she's treating it like a rapid game, but I mean, it's almost like a blitz game. Queen b4 on the board. And Engine says, despite Alexandra not being up by a single pawn at this stage, Engine says Alexandra is completely winning. And that queen b4, even though it goes for the queen trade, was actually the best move. And the question now becomes, what is the plan? If Gudrun goes for the trade, I think Alexandra is planning to take back with the pawn. And I don't think the Engine is going to like that. Okay, Engine says it's fine. So the idea here is that the pawn attacking the knight has to move, but then there's no piece left protecting the pawn on d5, so Alexandra can try and take that pawn. So if the queen trade is made in this position, Alexandra wins that d5 pawn. And that started with the plan over here. So for those of you joining, do give the channel a follow if you haven't already. And take a look at this long-term planning. Alexandra played b5 to try and take out the pawn on c4 because this pawn was protecting its buddy on d5. And now, 7 moves later, that pawn is in big trouble, with the knight pointing towards it and the black pawn making sure that the only remaining white defender is knocked out of its position. What happens if rook takes? Well, rook takes is also good. It doesn't win a pawn instantly, but basically all of black's pieces are so incredibly well placed that you're bound to win something at some point. Okay, apparently I made the worst possible way of winning a pawn and let the white knight get into the heart of black's position. But you can do it better than this. I think for sure Alexandra is planning to take back with a pawn, though. So I was talking to Alexandra yesterday, and she said because we're on Twitch front page, we have a lot of viewers who haven't necessarily watched any chess previously. So if you are a first-time chess viewer, don't be shy. We're here to tell you what's going on. But we're only going to be able to answer your questions if you ask them. Okay, queens have been traded. No Botez Gambit today. Let's go. And wow. Alexandra does not take back with the pawn. Instantly, she takes back with the rook. That is some unusual patience for a Twitch streamer. She had the option of just winning a pawn immediately, but the computer thought that it would be better to do it later and just improve the positioning of the rook and don't interrupt the kind of pawn structure you had going. Rook takes. Wow. I thought taking with a rook looked better, but taking with a pawn looked easier. I mean, to most people, what you just said is going to sound like complete gibberish. But I understand what you're saying, Blazon. And I agree. I can't tell whether Hammer is proud or just surprised. And a lot of chatters coming in to say both. I would pay money to have Hammer come to my house and ridicule me. I'm intrigued by this business idea. It would suit my skill set. Okay, white is coming in. Honestly, not sure why I didn't think about this. Feels like a good move here from Gudrun. Oh gosh. Oh gosh, oh gosh, oh gosh. There's a reason why the computer does not like this knight move, but that reason requires Alexandra to take her time and to have done her puzzles, chat. Engine says, sacrifice the rook. But, ooh, actually, this is good news. This is good news. Alexandra has more than once told me she really wants to sacrifice her rook because it would be good for YouTube titles. Because of Levy's The Rook thing. Yeah, whatever you want to call it. So the engine recommends that the rook sacrifice itself for a lowly defended pawn. But when white recaptures, the bishop can come in and attack both the rook and the knight, in addition to already just capturing a knight that had lost its protection when we sacrificed our rook. And then white tries to save the more valuable of the two pieces, tries to save the rook. Then we can capture the knight. We got a bishop and a knight and a pawn in trade for a rook. That's a great deal for us. But the line continues. The rook can come and attack both the bishop and the knight. And if we try to move the bishop, the white rook just follows. So here we need to play our rook over to defend the bishop. And after the trade, another rook comes in. And we need to be careful that we don't place our pieces so that white attacks both of them at the same time and they end up in some trouble. Okay, we have a chatter who says bishop takes c3 is also good, if not better. Okay, that would be nice though. That it would be nice if we had a safer move than sacrificing the rook. But my problem is, after bishop takes c3, okay, she did it. And none of our predictions are happening because Alexandra is playing very quickly. After takes and then takes, my issue with this is that if we now trade our rook, white is controlling the open file. And if we capture the white pawn, then white can still move in with their knight, making threats in towards our position. Okay, let's see what Alexandra is planning. That rook takes pawn would have been epic. But let's see how she deals with this. Her hope of managing to capture the d5 pawn is very much still in play. First game of the day, only game of the day, Cactus. Okay, Alexandra decides that her rook is actually in a worthwhile position, that she shouldn't trade it for the white rook, and instead moves the rook over to attack both the knight and the pawn. Good move, good move. And now when the knight moves forward to attack the pawn on e7, we capture on d5 and protect the pawn. And if white tries to chase our knight away, then our rook is perfectly placed to take out that attacker. Wow. All of black's pieces are just perfectly placed to deal with white's ideas. Why refund? Because the move was made before the prediction ended. Why can the players leave the chessboard? Because if you have to sit at the board for 5 hours straight, you're going to go crazy. And frankly, chess players already have a higher than average chance, let's call it chance, of craziness. So that would just not be good. We need to let the chess players take a break from their game and walk around a little. We can't sit still for 5 hours. Why aren't you declaring victory? This game is over. Wow, man. People say I. People tell me I'm a jinxer. I'm not jinxing this. This is too important. With the black pieces. We don't take anything for granted, but it's looking good. But to answer your question about cheating, so you're not allowed to be on your phone during the game. And if you are spotted using your phone during the game, you get disqualified from the game, you get disqualified for the tournament, and you get reported to the World Chess Federation, who may ban you from playing in tournaments. So the honest truth is that unlike on Twitch and esports and stuff like that, okay, that was saltier than it needed to be. What I'm trying to say is that cheating is actually not that common. Like, not common at all. And just because you would cheat because you're a bad chess player doesn't mean that these people do. Turns out the saltiness returned just as I was trying to hold it down. If Alexandra is playing this girl, does that mean she's 3 out of 6 also? Yes. Although she got it in a different way than Alexandra. So Alexandra has won 3 games and lost 3 games. While Gudrun, she has won 2 games, drawn 2 games, and lost 2 games. How thorough are the checks for cheating? I mean, there's no real checks at this level. Because at this level, if you play like a grandmaster, like you got everyone's eyes on you. Checking for cheating is done in higher level competitions where like everyone's a grandmaster sometimes. Because if a grandmaster plays like a grandmaster, that's not suspicious in itself. But here, if a 1500 plays like a grandmaster, well, you don't need to check for cheating to figure that one out, Sherlock. Do we have a guy in chat who's putting everything I say into like a voice transcriber and then posting it in chat? Honestly, don't mind it. My words of wisdom should be spread to those who muted the stream. Okay, Rook B7 played by Gudrun. She's attacking the knight. So she's saying, yes, Alexandra, you may capture my knight if I get to capture yours. But Alexandra just captures the pawn in the center and saves her own knight in the process. Knight C6 played right afterwards. The knight together with the rook is now pointing against 2 black pawns at the same time. So there's a double threat. And now, Alexandra's best course of action is probably to move this pawn forward, allow white to capture the pawn on a7, because after all of these trades, the black knight can continue its festive capturing and take another one, and then threaten another one after that again. So Alexandra can now capture the pawn on c3. She can capture the pawn on a2, but she should do neither because this pawn is not running away. Instead, what Alexandra has elected to do is capturing the pawn on c3 immediately. And if the eval bar was working, we would know what the computer thinks about this. But I'm guessing it would be better to keep this pawn than giving it away. That being said, Alexandra is also going to be able to capture this pawn. So it's probably not too big of an issue. Check. King moves. Knight moves back. Attacks here. Takes. Takes. Okay, for some reason, the engine is saying this is completely winning for black. Oh, I guess the knight is trapped, actually. Oh, there's just nothing white can do to save the knight. That is wild. There was so much time, but the knight got trapped. Are there any performance-enhancing drugs in chess? So, a lot of people have mocked the World Chess Federation for doing drug testing. And basic, oh gosh. Okay, Alexandra is coming to fix it. It's not the first time that happens, and I suspect it's not the last either. How is the kid doing in the background? Well, he did wake up once the move was made. So he's got that going for him. Okay, stuff is being captured. Gudrun decides to capture the pawn on e7 with her rook instead of using the knight. Can Alexandra try to trap the knight now? Or is this overly creative? Yeah, no. As long as this white rook is on the board, then the rook is able to give protection to the knight. Although, yeah, then we can try and push the rook out of position. Huh. Yeah, no, actually, yeah. Alexandra can trap this knight. So the reason the engine is giving massive advantage for Alexandra, it's not so much because she's up a pawn, although she is. It's more about this white knight and its inability to run away. Because these black pawns are taking out some of the places where the knight would like to move. Also, big question. Can we give check and then just push the pawn to becoming a new queen? Honestly, also a pretty good idea. But my suspicion is Alexandra will try to defend this pawn being attacked by both the white knight and the white rook. So I guess pawn to a6. But it turns out you didn't actually need to spend time defending this guy. And the time you spend defending is time that white can spend attacking. Still a winning position though. Yeah. This pawn is going to be dangerous. Just trying to make its way over. But the problem with positions like these ones that we have on the board right now is that, yeah, you're winning if you make all the right moves. But if you don't make all the right moves, then you're not even up a pawn. Here you have the same number of pieces. It's just that black has the ability to trade away the defensive rook, get a new queen, and then you're up by an entire rook. And if you fail to do that properly, then you have no advantage with not even having the extra pawn. So accuracy is always appreciated. How can you tell what's going on from this angle? We also have electronic boards. And so what's happening is that in the board, there's sensors underneath each square. And there's sensors inside the chess pieces. And so the board talks to the pieces and talks to the computer to let us know which move has been made. RFID sensors for the tech. Is it magnetics? No, I think it's what the other guy said. RDF. Basically, I've heard that this is like 1995 tech. The digital boards in chess at the moment is... the tech is pretty bad. Like, the digital boards are pretty bugged. Playing quick blitz chess on these boards, they always bug out. I don't know if it's a software problem or a hardware problem, but this stream is not sponsored by the producers. I think it's fine to say that a competitor would be appreciated. In the meantime, we can see Alexandra pondering her moves and chasing away spectators. Okay, Alexandra decides to trap the knight. Let's go. And now the only way to keep the knight defended is by playing rook to c7. And here, Alexandra needs to be clever, because if she plays the knight to attack the rook, then the knight can just run away. So somehow Alexandra needs to discourage this knight to e7 move. But at the same time, she kind of wants to encourage it, because then the knight would no longer be protecting on a7. So I guess what Alexandra is going to play now is knight d5. The knight will run away, give a check while also attacking the black knight. And after the trade, then we can capture a free pawn. Then rook d7 tries to attack this pawn. We can defend. Engine didn't like that. Yeah, okay. There's this saying that rook endgames are always a draw. Now, that's not entirely true. But in general, it is possible to make draws in rook endgames, even if you're down a pawn. And sometimes even if you're down 2. So we're not 100% certain just yet. What's the prediction? Will Alexandra play knight to d5? Okay, that's fair. We need to make the predictions before we know what the opponents play, because Alexandra is playing so freakishly fast. Okay, rook c7 was played, so the prediction stands. Will Alexandra play knight to d5? We tried starting the prediction like a minute before Alexandra's opponent even played her move. We were guessing Alexandra's opponent's move. We made the prediction, and we still don't make it in time. God damn it. Why is she moving so quickly? I guess she's just being very confident. Okay, so now her opponent will 100% play knight to e7, because otherwise this rook is under attack and the knight is under attack. The only way you can save both is by moving the knight to give a check on the king. And then after these trades, the way Alexandra can win with the most accuracy is by playing rook to b8. Taking control of the open file, making sure that white's rook is unable to come up into an attacking position. But I gotta be honest with you, I'm not convinced Alexandra will find that move. We'll make a prediction on it. I think it's way more likely Alexandra plays rook takes a4. Rook takes a2. But yeah. Okay, never mind. We tried making the predictions 2 moves ahead of it happening. But we still couldn't keep up. Okay, so the moves on the board, the threats against the knights, meant that the knight had to give a check and try to trade with the black 1. Trades were made. Alexandra then takes on a2. Now the best move for white would be to try and get the rook into a counterattack towards the black king. Instead, rook d7 was played, and Alexandra, without thinking, but also without protecting the pawn on d6, Alexandra plays the number 1 move in the position, rook c8. Great move. Great move. The rook, so Alexandra is ignoring the threat to the d6 pawn, and instead she's counting all her hopes on this c5 pawn instead. And she moved her rook behind that pawn so that the pawn can be pushed forward, supported by the rook. Now, Gudrun is going to take the pawn on d6. Alexandra will push forward. Gudrun will try to block this pawn with her rook. Alexandra will keep pushing forward. And then, at some point, Alexandra needs to figure out how to get this pawn home safe. And here's the problem. If Alexandra just plays her moves very quickly, this will become a draw. Because the white king is able to help stop one of the pawns, and then the rook stops the other pawn, and black cannot make progress. So basically what needs to happen is that Alexandra cannot keep pushing her pawn forward. She needs to avoid pushing that pawn all the way, because she needs to have this rook pointing in towards the white pawns. And they're playing so quickly. I'm scared that Alexandra will not take the time she needs to figure out all of these details. c3 on the board. So a reminder to everyone, if this pawn pushes 1 step further forward, then this game is likely, okay, maybe not likely, but then Alexandra will lose most of her advantage. Alexandra needs to realize that this rook needs to have the ability to attack along the second rank. And the priority now should be starting this other pawn. Okay, Gudrun gets her king involved. Will Alexandra promote the c-pawn? We cannot have that as a prediction, Gerber. Or are you now just planning to have that as a prediction for the next 20 moves? It will be promoted. We'll see. We'll see. Rook d2 is winning, isn't it? Yeah, rook to d2 is winning. For white. Takes. Rook takes rook. Check on the king. Very important. If this was not check, then black wins. But because it's a check, white wins. After king f1, Alexandra plays rook to b8. Great move. Great move. That is a great move. Now she's trying to get both these rooks working together towards the white king. And the pawn on c3 cannot be captured because then the two rooks are working together for a checkmate. What move number is this? Move 30. Alexandra is working very hard to make it to move 40 so that she gets an additional 30 minutes on the clock, which means she will have 15 minutes more on her clock than when the game started. That's got to be some kind of Botez record. If you guys are watching this, you may think that this pace is kind of slow. If you're watching the chess for the first time, you may feel like they're playing kind of slow. But just look at Alexandra's clock. She has 1 hour, 14 minutes left on the clock. Playing this quickly in what we call classical chess is not at all common. She's basically playing an IRL game as if it was an internet game. And if you are watching the channel for the first time, make sure you give us a little follow. And also, please don't expect this level of chess regularly. I'm just giving them the rundown. You know, they're new. I'm talking to the new people. Regular Botez viewers know what I'm talking about. What you're saying, Hammer, is that it only gets better. That is one interpretation. That is the interpretation of someone who does not watch BotezLive. If only she had a good coach. What can I say? Some players are just uncoachable. Normally on this channel, we have Alexandra and Andrea together. Andrea is the younger sister, and some people call her Loud.
Hello, it is I, Andrea from the future. I have time traveled to send you a very important message. And that is that today's stream is brought to you by Coinbase. Coinbase is the most trusted and secure online platform for buying, selling, trading, and storing cryptocurrency. Coinbase provides crypto beginners an easy platform to not only trade cryptocurrency, but also provides educational resources. Brought to you by Coinbase.
Thank you for the raid, Lila Koridza, with 110 people joining us. We're here watching the girls battle it out. It's 13-year-old Gudrun Fanny Briem from Iceland, who gained 200 rating points in a month, against Alexandra Botez, who hasn't played tournament chess in 3 years. Based on those introductions, you would think this game could only have one winner. But to everyone's surprise, Alexandra is combining fast play with great play. She's up a pawn, and she is about to get both her rooks working together, pointing in towards the white king. Wow. Maybe the maybe the prediction we should be doing is, will Alexandra make her next move within 20 seconds? Gosh, this is unreal. But now Alexandra is winning, completely winning. Alexandra says bye-bye to the pawn on c3. She doesn't need no new queen. The queen doesn't need another queen. It makes sense, logically. Instead, she's about to feast on the pawns. Which, by the way, is also why Norway should abolish the monarchy. But that's a discretion. Oh, okay. So I did think the queen was about to feast on the pawn, which I was discouraging. But actually, Gudrun found a way of keeping her pawn protected. So the party is postponed for now. We need to get this rook away from defending the pawn. Okay, here's one way. With the rook being distracted over here, this pawn is going to be a new queen over there. And notice what happens. This rook is not actually threatening to capture the black pawn. This is very important. If the white rook now captures the pawn, the black rooks will work together for what's this called again? Staircase checkmate on the king. Normally, I would have no idea what this is called because I'm a grandmaster. I just give checkmates. I don't know what they're called. But having coached lower rated players, I've picked up a phrase or two. Oh, it's a ladder mate? Well, it's something to do with, you know, getting up and down. Ladder mate, staircase mate, I don't care. Close enough. Thank you. Elevator mate. Man, I feel escalator mate. I mean, it's pretty much the same thing. I do feel for those of you who thought you were being clever and then had to see 5 different people make the same joke as you. That's the tricky thing about a 22K viewer stream. So difficult being original. Okay, G4 on the board. Doesn't really do anything. We can just continue. But now after King F7, then we have to be careful. Because then the king is about to escape and there's no more escalator checkmate. Isn't C2 working now? Apparently not. So basically, whenever we push this pawn further forward, we block our rooks from acting in towards these this white area. So every time we try and push this one forward to get a new queen, it actually ends up ruining our entire scheme. This game is not over yet. pushing the pawn forward is a very natural mistake to make. It needs to be avoided at all costs. Why not kick the rook out with king g7? King g7 is a good move. Problem is, the rook just moves away. Doesn't really change anything. Why did her opponent move the pawn to g4? She's creating an escape square for the king on g2. So basically, if Alexandra doesn't do anything now, White will move her king back so that the king can get out of trouble and then capture the pawn on c3. So the major difference is that now if we try to do this checkmate, the king has an escape. So that's the point of this move, leaving that g2 square for the king to escape to. What move number is this? Move 33. What is the top engine move? Top engine move, pawn to a4. A lot of people in chat are wanting the move pawn to c4. Before we move forward then, I will explain to you what this thing on the left side is. On the left side of the board, where there's now a number, it says minus 8.91. This thing on the left side is what we call the eval bar, or if we're disliking what it's saying, we call it the evil bar. It is a representation of what the computer chess engines feel is the appropriate result in the game. When it's this little white and the rest black, it means that black is winning the game. Now that was the introduction. And now see what happens when I push this pawn forward. Whoop. And the reason is that now these rooks are not pointing towards the white position. Instead, now these rooks are being blocked by your own pawn. And white can also bring the king in to help try and stop this pawn. So it's not so easy yet. And I think Alexandra has realized that same thing. Because she's spending more time on this move than she has spent on pretty much any move earlier. So far, the move Alexandra spent the most time on was this one. Rook to a6. She spent 5 minutes on that move. Gudrun, on the other hand, has spent 5 minutes on her move at 6 different occasions. Okay, we're moving to the current situation. Alexandra played the top choice, pawn to a4. Now Gudrun will play king to f1 pretty quickly. And then the question repeats itself. Will Alexandra realize that pushing this pawn up is a bad idea? Also question, what if this guy just continues? Do we win this? One step away from getting a new queen. And the answer is... it's difficult for the pawn to get in with two rooks looking at it. Alexandra has played a good game so far, but we still need to put the finishing touches on it. While I have you guys here, I want to give a little shout out to the new merch shop. The new BotezLive merch is out. I'm wearing one of the hoodies right now. We also have a chessboard in wood with these very nice fancy pieces. Go to BotezLive.shop to see the selections. And part of the reason I did that promo is because this game might not last for too much longer. Age 4 played. Shipping to EU, yeah, it does ship to EU, but it's only available with the expedited shipping, which means that the shipping is quite expensive. Not too bad actually, but you know, everything costs money these days. But if you're interested, you should rather buy lots of stuff in one order than buying one thing and then realizing it was a good product and then buying another. Probably better to buy bulk. Or buy, well, not bulk. Not. Just forget I ever said anything. Hammer almost lost EU customer. Well, I'm an EU customer. And I got it. And I'm happy with it. Just buy stuff, yeah. It's what our entire economy is based on. Please, no one ever stop buying stuff, then the world order collapses. Anyway. So H4 was a mistake on White's part because she needed to try and escape with the king. King G7 from Alexandra is okay. It's not a great move, but it's not a bad move. It attacks the rook, tries to lure the rook away from protecting the F2 pawn. She's probably not going to get that lucky. I think White will probably move the rook while keeping the protection of the F2 pawn. And then Alexandra needs to figure out how to get one of these guys home. Home free. To become a new queen. Okay, so the king attacks the rook. The pawn defends the rook. Entirely legitimate move. Okay, we trade. So these moves are not too important because they're not really affecting the situation. So the situation is Alexandra needs one of these two pawns to become a new queen, or else she's not winning this game. But here they go. The pawn moves forward. And now white can still not capture the pawn on c3, because if that pawn is captured, then we get the ladder checkmate, if that's what you insist on calling it. This rook cannot move away from the defense of this pawn. And this rook cannot move away because then this pawn actually will move forward. So white is pretty much left with the move king f1. And the idea behind this move is that if now Alexandra does nothing, then the pawn actually can be captured, because when the rooks try to give this checkmate, turns out the white pawn is blocking the rook so that the rook doesn't actually point this far. The rook only points to the pawn, leaving this square open for the king to escape. So when white now goes king f1, we need to deal with the threat to our pawn. How about pushing that pawn forward? Well, look at the eval bar. Okay, now it's actually not such a bad idea. Okay, so apparently we can push the pawn forward this time. Apparently somehow it's okay now, and at some point we make a trade and we get a new queen protected by the rook. We have an extra rook, and then we just go for the checkmate, which is done like this. In case you don't play chess, you just go like this, you do like that, you go like that, and then you go to box the king, box like fish, and then you gradually make progress up the board, and in the end the king is in the corner and you give checkmate. I really like you guys, chat. It was a bit slow, but okay. Okay, you're getting banned. But the eval bar though? Oh, was the eval bar not happy? Basically, this is what we would like to see from Alexandra. Just another 30 moves. Front page is an easy crowd. That's what I'm saying. Sometimes as chess people, we forget that like regular people are in awe of chess players doing the simplest things. But it's important to be reminded of that every once in a while. Because we need to appreciate our own skills as chess players. What we think is the most obvious thing ever can to other people be magic. Just like how when I do things other than chess, I'm like, wow, you can do that. What's the best way to learn the game? You get pretty far by just playing, but you should basically start out making sure you're able to give checkmate with a rook, just like I did. So what I did with the rook, that's a technique that people should know even if they're a below average chess.com player. Like, as long as you play the game, more people than not will be able to do what I just did to give checkmate with the rook. But it's an important skill to have, because if you're like good at capturing the opponent's pieces, but you don't know how to give checkmate with a rook or with a queen, then you're not going to win the game, even though you're much better than your opponent. So start out by learning some important basic checkmates. And after that, you just practice seeing when your opponent has undefended pieces and, well, capturing those. Okay, that being said, we're at a critical juncture in the game now. King f1 on the board. Rook takes c3 is now officially a threat. What's the win here? Well, there's several ways of winning, but according to the engine, the most accurate is rook to c2. Basically, you just want to make room for this other rook. Oh, wow. What? Okay, apparently after here, white is threatening checkmate. And so you have to sacrifice your rook and you still win. Okay, yeah, there's still some trickery. Okay, rook c2 has been played. But now, so our concern at this point is that after rook d1, white is threatening checkmate in 4 moves, kind of. Like, this is a very good idea. However, after rook d1, Alexandra will play rook to d2 because she's not going to want to allow this rook to come forward and attack the king. And if the rook tries to attack down here, then Alexandra uses her other rook. And so these 2 rooks can block the white rook's entry so that the white rook cannot start an attack on the black king. So I'm pretty sure she's got this in the bag. She found a good plan. And at this point, she can't really go wrong. She can't go wrong. I am calling it. Round 7 of the Reykjavik Open 2023. The BotezLive channel is now able to predict that the incumbent, Alexandra Botez, the OG, at least in comparison with her 13-year-old opponent, has managed to take down the challenger for now, but let's see in a couple of years. Probably won't stand a chance. Gudrun Fanny Briem. And retains her position as the stronger player. In a British accent, please? I don't do that. Okay, rook d1 is on the board. I'm expecting rook d2 to be played very quickly. Also, keep in mind we're on move 38. Alexandra is going to have more time when this game ends than when it started for the second time in the tournament. Okay, rook d2 has been played. Oh yeah, I'm watching the stream, which has like a 3-second delay. My bad. What's her record? How many more rounds? This is a 9-round tournament. Everyone gets to play 9 rounds. You're paired against people who have the same amount of points as you. Alexandra is currently on 3 points out of 6, having won 3 games against lower rated opponents and lost 3 games against higher rated opponents, including beating a 13-year-old yesterday. So back-to-back wins against 13-year-olds for Alexandra. And in the next game, she might get a win, the white pieces against a higher rated opponent. Kid Destroyer. That's what we like to see. She beats kids in chess. Oh, wow. Big announcement from Andrea on the BotezLive account. Not only is Andrea doing commentary tomorrow, she is being joined by the one, the only, Mr. Gotham Chess. Hammer got fired. It was bound to happen. Finally, I said too many controversial things. I riled up chat once too many. Watch party on Hammer stream. Actually, I'm busy. I'm doing commentary on the Champions Chess Tour for Norwegian television. So not actually fired, chat. Not actually fired, just too popular. Too popular, and BotezLive could not match my previous offer. Number of zeros. No comment. Okay, I just gotta respond to this question because someone in Norwegian is asking where do they broadcast chess. So please hold on while I try to get viewers for my Norwegian TV performance. Vi sender på TV2 Sport 2 Champions Chess Tour med Magnus Carlsen på startsteken. TV2 Sport 2 fra 16:30 på mandag. Wow. Chat, first time seeing a bilingual person, huh? Alexandra actually speaks like more languages than me. I saw someone trying to say that Alexandra speaks 5 languages. I'm not sure that's true. I know for a fact she speaks English, Mandarin, and Romanian. And then maybe she speaks a bit of French and Spanish. I don't know. Canadian too? Yeah. Of course, she speaks Canadian. She speaks Mandarin? Yeah, she did international relations at Stanford. I'm pretty sure she like specialized in China or something. Oh no, sorry, Chinese. Well, Mandarin. And she spent at least like half a year in Beijing. Okay, the rooks have been traded. But that means there's fewer rooks to stop the black pawns from becoming new queens. Alexandra is about to get a new queen, and she's doing it just as she hit move 40. Watch the clocks, people. Oh, is the clock not going to update? That's unfortunate. Alexandra's real time right now, she's on 1 hour, 37 minutes. We'll have to Photoshop that. The rooks were traded. The rook is trying to stop the pawn. The pawn will push forward. Alexandra now 1 step away from getting a new queen. And she has her rook that can give a check on the king and help. So the only way for Gudrun to avoid this is by moving the king up, but then the rook will move away to give space for the next pawn. And the white rook can only stop one of these. The white rook cannot stop 2 pawns at the same time, which is why a resignation is imminent. We have a prediction. Will Gudrun resign in the next 3 moves? We'll see if we manage to get this prediction in time. I'm putting 150,000 channel points on the line. Alexandra played so well. Yeah, she did good today. And she's playing so fast. Playing fast and well. I regret not betting more for the prediction. Are you worried about her playing so fast? I don't like it. But as long as she's winning games, you can't really fault it. How many channel points do you have? Well, I'm about to have more than I did. But let's just say I've been getting a lot of channel points during this week of broadcasting the Reykjavik tournament. I'm good at knowing the 100% kind of questions. Insider trading? No, that's not insider trading. That's knowledge. Knowledge is king, people. Stay in school, kids. Insider trading is knowledge? I guess. but I instead use my years of chess experience and ability. No, Your Honor, I wasn't insider trading. I was using my knowledge. Oh, the kid resigns. Or agreed to a draw. The other kid. Gudrun moves her rook back, but now Alexandra can give a check while also helping her pawn become a new queen. Rook c1, check on the king, helps the pawn move forward. That's the game. Executed. And then the resignation. Okay, I'm about to lose 150,000 channel points. And the resignation. Just in time. Channel points saved. Channel points saved. Just in time. But darn, that was close. Alexandra wins it. And Alexandra wins it with more time on the clock than when the game started. We just got to Photoshop the clock. Because when they made 40 moves, Alexandra actually got an additional 30 minutes on the clock. But it doesn't display on the clock until one of the players has spent all of their time. So we'll Photoshop that for the video. But Alexandra finishing with 1 hour 38 minutes on the clock. While at the start, she had 1 hour 30 minutes. We get a win with the black pieces. So far this tournament, we had 3 losses, 0 draws, 0 wins with the black pieces. Here we get to knock that one out of the park. Also, I gotta hurry and get on the call in case she wants to talk to us. She might be in a good mood, I'm thinking. Nothing like beating some kids. Yeah. Does Alexandra gain rating from this game? Yes. 1.6 or something. Not a great deal, but a little bit.
Hello.
Hey.
Guess who finally won with the Benoni?
Let's go.
Make the Benoni great again. I don't know if it was ever great. But I'll take it. What did you think?
It was a good game.
Why the hesitation?
No, it was a good game. I just think you're playing very quickly.
But didn't I play well?
Yeah.
Good, quick.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll take it.
You didn't play the prep.
But I really liked how I played it.
Yeah, no, it was great. You were winning after like 8 moves. B5 was brilliant.
Thank you.
B5 was the kind of move where if you don't find it, then you're in danger of being much worse in the long run. But since you found it, you completely annihilated her.
But that was my plan with knight a6. I had been thinking about it, and I was hoping that she'd play bishop d3.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. No, because if she doesn't go bishop to d3, then you don't have b5 as easily, and then it's trickier.
Oh, yeah, no, that makes sense.
But no, I mean, and you finished again with more time than when the game started. It was, yeah. And I was really concerned at some point you would play c2 and block your rooks on the second rank. And that was good understanding that you didn't do that.
No, I thought I played the endgame well.
Yeah, no, you did.
Yay. Okay, well, thank you, Hammer. I'm gonna pop in the chat as usual. How's Dina doing?
To be entirely honest with you, you're playing so quickly that I don't really have the... I can't switch to Dina's game without there being made 5 moves in your game.
Yeah, no, that's reasonable. My bad.
So if you want me to give more attention to Dina, you're gonna have to spend more time thinking yourself.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Hammer. Thank you, chat. I'll pop in.
Okay. Good game. Hoping to continue this tomorrow, huh? With the white pieces.
I'm excited to finally have the white pieces. Tomorrow we gain Elo.
Yeah, 2200 rated. If you win that one, you're above 2000, I would think.
Well, I've lost like 7.8 points right now, so after this one, like 5-ish.
Yeah. And then if you beat at 2200, you gain like 16, no?
Oh, really?
I don't know. It's got to be around there.
I didn't know I gained so many.
14, 15, maybe?
Okay, I'll take it. All right, bye.
Bye. Okay, that was Alexandra. She was excited. She was happy. She got the win with the black pieces. She beats 13-year-olds back to back. Let's go. And she's in chat. Who just did emote only as Alexandra enters the chat? Oh gosh. That is the dirtiest thing I have ever seen. No way you just did that. Just as Alexandra was about to get rushed with compliments from chat, someone decides to spend 150,000 channel points on not giving Alexandra the confidence boost. Wow, that is dirty. No compliments in chat. All she gets is the Alexandra. Oh, apparently that's a W. What makes that Andrea face a W? Yeah, Botez, what the fuck face from Alexandra. That's more appropriate, I feel. Oh well. And Alexandra will have to stick around for another 3 minutes. All I get is Hammer hesitating before a good game compliment. It was a good game, though. It was a good game. I just think if you play this quickly against a 2200, you're going to get punished for it. Okay, we'll let Alexandra go pee-pee, and then she'll be back for you guys to rush her with compliments. Unless someone else also gets the... Actually, mods, can we increase the price of emote only? Or at the very least, make chat know that if someone cashes out this one again, they are getting banned and we don't even care. In the meantime, we're going to check out Dina's game. Because like I said, we didn't actually get to see Dina because Alexandra's playing so quickly. 93.1% accuracy. That's not too bad. Could have been better. That's like the accuracy I get in when I play on chess.com. Okay. Vila, are you around? Oh yeah, Vila was slightly sleeping, but now he moved the camera to Dina's game. Dina here with the black pieces. Wow, I'm really liking Dina's position. Dina's got some interesting possibilities here. I am, though, not certain about this bishop. So Dina has the advantage of putting pressure on a pawn that's standing alone in the center of the board and can be a weakness. But on the other hand, she didn't get her king to safety. So is it Dina versus Alexandra tomorrow? Unlikely. Even if Dina loses here, which is absolutely not guaranteed, Dina is probably too strong to be Alexandra's opponent. Alexandra will probably face someone easier. But like Gerber says in chat, Alexandra should face someone with a higher rating than herself. I would guess she probably plays against 2,200 rated. Wow, Dina. Dina. I kind of like it. G5. Wow. So White's idea was to move this knight over to attack the bishop. But Dina makes sure that the knight has to stay on the edge of the board by playing G5, taking control of the F4 square, preventing the knight from getting in. But not only is she preventing the knight from getting in, she's also preparing to get her bishop into the game and have that bishop attack towards the center pawn. So Dina's playing some cool chess. She still has her king in the center, so it's dangerous. But also look at the clocks. The Hungarian Grandmaster is down to just 18 minutes on the clock, despite only 15 moves having been played. Dina is pushing the Grandmaster to the brink, and he's going to be in massive time trouble as a result of it. Okay. In the meantime, this is the moment for everyone to give your compliments to Alexandra. She won her game today. She did it in style. She did it so quickly. And we wanna push her confidence to even higher levels before facing a difficult opponent tomorrow. So let's get those compliments in before Alexandra has to go film her recap. Okay, we're gonna let this rush of compliments continue as I take a little break. Welcome back. Did you miss me, guys? Okay, so here's the situation. Dina played this G5 move. She prevented the knight from getting to F4. But now after D5, this game could potentially be over very soon. Because the pawn's threat on the knight causes some problems. This is a typical position where it's very easy to make a mistake. Bishop G7. Great move from Dina. Top engine move. She doesn't care that the knight is under attack because if white captures it, it opens up from the black rook on the white queen. But I ask you, what if white now goes queen a4? The queen gets out of the rook's threats while also making threats on the black king. And the knight cannot move because then the king will be in check. And if the knight doesn't move, then the pawn can capture. So the only way to save yourself is to go queen a5. Sorry. You manage to get the queen away from the threats towards the king because you offer the trade. And if the trade happens, the knight gets away from the pawn. And the knight attacks the bishop. And if the bishop moves, well, you have to move your king, and then you can lose a pawn on the side of the board, but then somehow you can capture this pawn in the middle. And it's not the end of the world. Very tricky position. Very, very tricky, but it's tricky for both sides. It's tricky for both sides. And right now, that means it's worse for the person who is lowest on time. And chat, I ask you, who's lower on time? Okay, I did think, chat, that you were able to answer that question. My bad for giving you any sort of credit. It's the Grandmaster. The Grandmaster has 14 minutes left. Dina has 25. So they're both pretty low on time, but it's definitely worse for the Grandmaster. Mr. Erdos from Hungary. Did Botez win already? Yeah. Alexandra already finished her game. She played a beautiful game, beating a 13-year-old, second round in a row, taking down both the boys and the girls. No discrimination there. All the 13-year-olds are going down. We had to mention age. Yeah. Because normally in chess, the younger the opponent, the more scary they are. And right now, Alexandra is like... She's like the witch from Hansel and Gretel. Or as it's known in proper languages, Hansogeta. So right now, the word is spreading about this witch taking down the kids and not spending any time doing it. Alexandra yet again had more time when the game ended than when it started. But that is Alexandra's story. And now instead we're focusing on Dina, the Belenkaya. If you haven't already, check out Dina on Twitter and on Twitch. We'll have some of our channel slaves post you the links. Hamilton taking the blame on this one. Sharing the link for Dina's Twitch. And Dina's opponent today is not a 13-year-old girl. Dina's opponent is rather a top Hungarian grandmaster. This guy has represented Hungary in the chess Olympiad. And Hungary is one of the strongest national teams in the entire chess scene. This guy is a serious player. He's almost as good as me. Can we time out everyone saying copium in chat, please? That is a fact. I'm pretty sure copium does not apply to facts. Have you played him? Yeah. I have played him once and I beat him. And I played an opening that was so clever, I won an award for it. Hammer, what's your rating? I'm 2636. According to the World Chess Federation, April 1st ratings. So it was an April Fool's joke. Okay, according to the April World Chess Federation April ratings, I am 2636. Is this dude gonna move? The answer to that question is yes. He is gonna move because he has to at some point. He now has 8 minutes left. He gets an additional 30 minutes on the clock after move 40. That's in 24 moves. So this grandmaster has to make 24 moves within 8 minutes. So yeah, he's going to move. But the position is so difficult that he's struggling to figure out the best plan. And that's because of Dina. Dina's played this game very well. She's posed interesting and unorthodox problems, which has cost Erdos a lot of time. Dina may take down her second grandmaster of this tournament. How common is it that someone loses on time in classical chess? It's very uncommon. But I have done it twice. How is Eric Rosen doing? How can you be a chess fan and care about any other game than the one where Dina is about to take down this grandmaster on time? The grandmaster looks very frustrated. Yeah, he's in a difficult position. He needs to figure out the best moves, and he doesn't have the time needed to do that. What move is this? This is move 17. We're on move 17. The guy has 5 minutes left. Okay, he plays queen c1. That was the top, that was the engine's top move. So he's a good player. But he did spend 11 minutes. 11 minutes to find the engine's top choice. Winning on time is better than checkmate. It's equal to checkmate. Winning on time and checkmate both results in you winning the game. Why in chess do they take so long to make a move? Mr. Layman, I can tell that you're a first-time viewer of the Botez channel. This is a special format within chess where they start with 1 hour and 30 minutes on the clock. That's why it's taking some time. But do give the channel a follow and stick around. Because normally, when Alexandra and Andrea is playing online, they make their moves within seconds. Okay, Dina also plays the engine's top move. Knight d4. Grandmaster responds instantly. He realizes what trouble he is in because of the time. And he needs to speed up. The rook attacks the knight. The knight would love to move away and attack the white bishop. But if you do this, then white's bishop gives a check on the king while also opening up between the queens. That would be GG's. A lot of people are saying fork. So while I do agree that moving the knight forward is an attack on both the king and the queen, chat needs to work on their custom puzzles hanging pieces. Because that knight can just be captured. Chess.com puzzles, custom puzzles. Choose rating range, 800 to 1100. And then check on hanging pieces. Free coaching advice. You're 700? Well, not in puzzles, dude. I don't know if you've tried the puzzles on chess.com, but if you had, you would know that you just got seriously roasted. I know 900s on chess.com who's like 2,400 in puzzles. Okay, so what does Dina do then? Because her knight is under attack, and if she moves the knight, she loses her queen. So computer engine says Dina needs to go queen b6. But then she's voluntarily putting herself in harm's way, putting the queen on the same diagonal as the white bishop. And then if queen d2, there's three... sorry, let's do this in green, red, and some other color. Let's do that in blue. Blue, green, actually red first and then green. Okay, somehow that became brown. Whatever. So, there's three different pieces pointing against the knight. And then apparently Dina can go e5. And then en passant, knight takes, pawn gives a check. The knight is captured. The queen is under attack, but it's okay because the white queen is being captured by the black rook. And at the end of all of this, the engine says it's equal. I think a blunder is incoming. Chat, I don't think this game is going to last too much longer. I think Dina is going to make a huge blunder in the next two moves. Why? Simply because the position is too tricky. Too difficult. And because white has a lot of trickery. But the Grandmaster might blunder as well. Yes, but there is one important difference. The Grandmaster's moves are more obvious than Dina's. Number one, case in point. In this position, Dina is being advised to put her queen on the same diagonal as where a white bishop is already pointing in on the queen's positioning. But someone is making a good point in chat. Forced moves even if difficult, are sometimes easier to find because all the alternatives are just very, very bad. So sometimes when you only have one choice to save yourself, even if that one choice is very, very difficult, you'll be able to find it because all the alternatives are just awful. Why does E5 directly not work? Good question, Jens. So here, Engine is saying first move your queen over to protect the knight and then push your pawn up to offer extra protection. What happens if you try to protect first? Engine says rook takes knight. I feel like you could have taken with the bishop too, but the Engine likes being dramatic. The idea is that if this rook is captured, we come back into this idea with the bishop opening up a check on the king and the queens looking at each other. And you cannot save both your king and your queen. You have to choose. Well, and you can't really choose because the laws of chess dictate that you're not allowed to let your king be in check. What else is she looking at? There's no other option. Well, Sterna, here's the thing. During a game, you don't know that there's one saving line. So one possibility that's going through Adina's mind right now is that she messed up and she's losing the game no matter what she does. There's no one telling her, oh, you have one saving move. If someone were to say to Dina, oh, you have a saving move, then she would find it. I agree. But all she knows, she already fucked up. Like, she might be considering bishop takes f3. Hoping for the pawn to recapture so that you can get a winning attack against the king. Turn on the mic on the Zoom call and tell her. I don't know about you guys, but I'm kind of liking my career in chess. I don't want to be banned forever. You can later say it was a mistake. Yeah, good luck with that. Honest question, do you not assume there's a saving move? No. No, you do not. Black Pepper coming in with another 1,000 bits. Thank you. Okay, she's playing queen b6. Her hand is on the queen. She's about to find it. Let's go, Dina. Well done. Moves her queen into the diagonal of the white bishop, but that was the best move. And now the clock is yet again ticking for the Grandmaster. No, it's not actually. Wow. He saw that move coming. He's already played. I didn't even catch that he played. Okay, A4. This was also the computer's top move. Dina spent 11 minutes finding this queen b6 move. And in those 11 minutes, her opponent figured out the right plan and instantly hit her with the a4 move. 10 seconds he spent. Does she have to play a6? I have no freaking idea what she has to play. This is too tricky. Too tricky. Like... Okay, so now engine is working. But if the engine wasn't working, I would be very uncertain what the best move was. So engine is saying pawn to e5. And then I guess takes, check, king moves. Yeah, white is quite seriously better here. Black's king is poorly defended. The pawns are a bit all over the place. This pawn on e6 is isolated, and the knight is headed for a really nice square on e4. Yeah, Dina's in trouble, but we'll follow the game out until move 40. So we'll stay with this game for another, let's see, 20 moves. That's 20 minutes plus the time they have. We'll stay for about another 40 minutes. And the reason we can stay is because of the stream sponsor generously giving us the monies to be hosting top tier chess, here represented by Dina Belenkaya, playing the move e5, reinforcing her knight. Oh, I just realized I don't have Andrea's promo video on this scene. I guess I'll do it myself then. Thank you to Coinbase for sponsoring the stream. Coinbase is the trusted platform used by both Andrea and Alexandra themselves. If you're curious to learn more about cryptocurrencies, you can check out Coinbase's educational resources available on their website and on their app. Use !Coinbase for more information. It's not the same. I'll figure out a way to get Andrea for the next one. Six out of 10 ad skills. Okay, because you just said that, you're getting hit with another ad. This one is for the BotezLive shop, where you can get a sweater like the one I'm wearing with the BotezLive on the sleeves. You can also get the BotezLive signature chess set in wood. Purple chess set in nice solid wood. And of course, the pieces. And those of you buying it in this early round, the shop actually just went live a week or two ago. You get the special first edition inscription. And it comes with pieces. Well, the pieces are in the box. Show pieces, please. Okay. What color is the pieces? They're black and white. So they come in this bag with the classic BotezLive logo. The black pieces in the black bag. And the... Oh! Never mind what I said, guys. The pieces are not black and white. Gosh. They're very well wrapped because they traveled halfway around the world. But the pieces are black and silver. Oh, we have in both colors. Okay, apparently I don't really know what I'm selling. Alexandra, do we have... There's 2 sets of pieces. One traditional and then yours. Oh. Okay, apparently I don't know what I'm selling. They're different weights. In general, people... Oh, I hope these are heavy then. But in general, people, what you need to know about buying chess pieces from a grandmaster, the heavier, the better. So far, I tried to find the heaviest chess pieces available in all of Norway. They were not heavy enough. Honestly, if I ever make like a chess set or merch or whatever, I'm just making the heaviest chess pieces known to man. Is there a gold edition coming? Probably not. I don't know. Ask Alexandra. She was in chat. If you have questions about the items available in the BotezLive shop, available at botezlive.shop, ask Alexandra. Can we put the updated board, please? Okay. E5. Dina reinforces her knight. This is a special move called en passant. And now it's Dina's turn again. How does that move work? Fun fact, it is the #1 reported bug on chess.com. But it's actually a rule. Basically, when the pawn moves twice in its initial move, the en passant is available when you kind of sneak your way past an enemy pawn. So basically, in order for you to get on the other side of a pawn, the opponent must always have had the option of capturing you. So here, if you go 1 step forward, you can be captured. And then when you go 2 steps forward, you don't get to sneak past. So the opponent gets the option of capturing you as if you had only gone 1 step forward. But you only get 1 chance. If you don't choose to make the en passant move immediately, then the possibility disappears. So like white can't go a5 attacking the queen and then go en passant. You have to do it immediately. and you capture it as if the pawn went one step forward. So you actually capture towards an empty square, and the pawn magically disappears. Is Dina fast? I guess we're about to find out. Dina has taken back the pawn on e6, but now she is the one with an isolated pawn in the center. Isolated pawn means a pawn that cannot be defended by other pawns. Mr. Erdos, or however you pronounce it, is trying to activate his knight. He plays his knight to the f2 square, planning to move forward afterwards. Dina is now in trouble. Because yes, she does have a very well-placed knight in the center of the board. But her pawns are exposed. And her king is not being protected by the pawns because they kind of went and did their own thing. So Dina's in trouble. And now both players are down to just seconds on the clock. Engine says it's fine. Engine says it's fine-ish. There's a difference. Thank you for the 100 bits, Dubs. I appreciate you liking my en passant explanation. Is castling a bad move right now? Castling is often a good move. In fact, you probably want to be castling sooner than what Dina is here. It's move 21 and Dina still hasn't gotten her king out of the middle of the board. Okay, Dina castles. Better late than never, as they say. And the Grandmaster keeps moving quickly. Rook A3. Good move, good move. I like this move. The rook is headed for the D3 square, where it will pose more problems for the knight in the center. Although, say Dina tries to hide her king in the corner. If rook d3, then the rook is standing in the path of the bishop, meaning that knight e2, the fork, is now available since the bishop cannot capture through your own rook. And then Dina would win the game. He will see that? Yeah, he's going to see that. I agree. Dina needs to play faster now. Okay, how about this? Can Dina sacrifice? Can Dina sacrifice her bishop? How are we feeling about this? Engine kind of likes it, not gonna lie. Engine kind of liking it. Dina goes for a safer option though. King h8. Getting the king out of this bishop's crosshairs. Will we get an apology for saying she'll blunder? I was proven wrong. I thought it was a tricky position. I thought Dina, being stressed on time, facing a very strong opponent, would mess it up. She did not. Instead, she's been playing good moves. Doesn't sound like a full apology. It's what you're getting. Take it or leave it. Can they offer draws? Yeah. But Victor is not really interested at the moment. He's trying to win this game. Would Dina accept a draw? Yes. Dina's king is unsafe. She's playing a higher rated opponent, and she only has 4 minutes left, and she has the black pieces. Dina would be very, very happy to making a draw. Why is knight to e2 a bad move? Knight e2. Here. Knight e2 would lose the knight to the bishop. But white cannot go rook to d3 in this position, because then knight to e2 is a double attack. And that explains why white just played king h1. King h1 is getting ready for rook to d3 by avoiding the double attack. It's all connected. It's all connected. Dina goes queen c6. Great move from Dina. She's eyeing the king. Right now, the king has 2 pieces defending it. Well, I say pieces, but it's actually pawns. The king has 2 pawns defending it, but those 2 pawns are being threatened by the black pieces. Dina is about to sacrifice something on this f3 pawn to be able to get at the white king. The white king is in trouble. The grandmaster is sweating, and he's down to less than 2 minutes on the clock. If this was Dina's turn, if the grandmaster just did a nothing move on the side of the board, the engine says Dina is in a winning position. If she plays the move, rook captures pawn, sacrificing the rook in order to be able to get at that king. Therefore, Victor, being nervous as fuck at this moment, he goes bishop d3. And look at the engine. Look at the engine. Victor tries to get a trade between the queens, but it's a mistake. Because now Dina can sacrifice her bishop. If Victor then goes for the trade of queens, the bishop gets out of trouble, having won a pawn and still points at the white king. And if the bishop is captured, the queen gets in to attack the king with a winning position. Dina is about to win this game if she plays bishop takes pawn. And she has 3 minutes and 40 seconds to figure it all out. She doesn't have enough time to feel confident about sacrificing. But on the other hand, sometimes you just got to go for it. And especially when you're playing a higher rated opponent, you should be more willing to take a risk because you have less to lose. Especially if it's like you feel like, oh, it would be tempting to do that, but I can't figure it out. It is very hard to find, but she's definitely considering it. And the Grandmaster has already realized. I don't know if you guys have been following his body language, but he leaned behind quite soon after he moved his bishop back. So the Grandmaster right now realizes that if Dina finds the right move, he's in big, big trouble. And I wonder if Dina has picked up on that. Look at her facial expressions. Look at how she's holding her hands over her mouth. That is a woman who really wants to sacrifice. She's literally praying with her hands right now. Praying that I wonder if this move works. Now you just gotta pull the trigger, Dina. 1 minute, 25 seconds. No. But actually, this is still good because she has another sacrifice. She has another sacrifice. Even this is good. It's not winning, but it's still good. Because now if the bishop takes, then she sacrifices the knight to get the double attack. And if he takes back with the rook, she also sacrifices her knight to get the double attack on these two rooks. But now, it's now or never. She needs to take this opportunity to make the sacrifice. And I'm not sure she's going to do it. Because she's playing a Grandmaster who just very obviously allowed her to make that trade. And so she's probably thinking, well, a Grandmaster wouldn't do this if it was bad. And she's thinking, well, he has a knight and a bishop in trade for a rook and 2 pawns. Normally, that's a decent trade for the 2 pieces. The thing is, this was still a better situation for Dina to get into than having this kind of position here where she has a long-term strategic weakness in the pawn on e6. So she goes rook c8, And now the Grandmaster is going to try to protect against all these sacrifices. Dina got 2 chances to sacrifice, but now that point of contact is thoroughly defended by the rook and by the bishop. Also, bishop attacks the pawn on b7. Dina moves that pawn forward. Computer says it's equal, but in practical play, I would definitely prefer white because black's pawn structure is worse. What move are they on? They just executed their 26th move. Both players are down to 1 minute on the clock. For each move they make, they get an additional 30 seconds. So basically, they have 30 seconds per move for the next 14 moves. What happens if his clock hits 0? If you have 0 seconds left, you lose the game. No matter what. It's over. But keep in mind that the relay is a bit slow. So sometimes his clock can hit 0 without his clock in Reykjavik actually being 0. Victor asks for a trade of rooks. That doesn't feel right because now Dina captures and then goes knight e2. Dina making progress here. Great couple of moves for Dina. The knight and bishop working together against the c3 pawn. In addition, she also has a threat on the bishop. The eval bar is malfunctioning, but I would estimate this as being an advantage for Dina. Dina is better right now. Okay, the pawn moves forward. Now Dina can capture the bishop. Then she will have the bishop pair, and she will definitely be better. She can try to go knight c3 to try and capture the pawn on a4. That would also be good for her, but more complicated. To keep it simple, she should take the bishop. Taking the bishop is the safest and, according to the computer, the best option. Take the bishop and move your rook into the middle so that you get control of the open file. Respect the bishop pair. I think she's moving the knight back. No, she takes the bishop. She takes the bishop. Now rook on the open file. This is an easy move for her. Easy move. Okay, she doesn't go rook here. She goes bishop into the center. That's fine. That's fine. The bishop attacking the white knight. The knight will move forward. Now rook c8. Rook c8 attacks the pawn on c4. Prevents the pawn from moving forward. Dina plays it. Dina has a significant advantage according to the computer. She has the bishop pair. And now white's pawns are just as weak as the black pawns. Okay, the Grandmaster is trying to confuse matters on the opposite side of the board. Trying to sacrifice a pawn to get his knight into the game. Dina ignores the sacrifice. She could have captured this pawn, but she doesn't care. Instead, she uses the power of the bishops. This bishop can get from one side of the board to the other in no time at all. The Grandmaster tries to move forward, and Dina just takes it. Dina just takes it because her bishop is controlling the A1 square. The Grandmaster thought, if I'm going to lose my pawn, I might as well just give it up so that Dina has doubled pawns. But Dina doesn't care. Dina's like, yeah, I'll take doubled pawns because I now have a straight path into getting a new queen. Dina is winning. But more importantly, not only is Dina winning, but her plan is completely obvious. She's just going to push this pawn forward. We're on move 33 right now. She needs to make an additional 7 moves to get another 30 minutes on the clock. So having two obvious moves here is nice. That means she's probably in reality only 5 moves away from getting extra time. Are the clocks wrong? The clocks are a little bit wrong. So there's a little bit of a delay on the clocks. You will know from the video whether or not he ran out. C5 on the board. Dina now can run the pawn. Then rook C4. She needs to find this move, A3. Dina can sacrifice her bishop in the middle because then her pawn will be unstoppable. This is the key variation she needs to find. It's a difficult one. She needs to realize she can sacrifice her bishop. And she only has 2 minutes to figure it out. Why does rook a4 not stop it? This bishop is controlling the a4 square. That's key in this calculation. If the rook moves over, trying to stop the pawn, we take it out. Bishop b5 looks natural. Yeah, good call. Bishop b5, also very good move for Dina. Oh, but she finds it. a4 on the board. I don't think she would have played this move unless she had a massive plan against the rook c4 move. I think she's found the idea. But more importantly, she doesn't need to find the idea now. Because now the Grandmaster is going to figure it out. The Grandmaster might choose not to play this rook to c4 move because he sees the bishop sacrifice. So I think Dina saw it anyway, but the fact that she kind of found it means that the Grandmaster realizes as well and doesn't even go for it. And he doesn't. He continues forward. But then Dina gets another free move. We're on move 35. Dina needs to make another 5 moves to get an additional 30 minutes on the clock. When she gets 30 more minutes, this game will probably be over. Also, a reminder to everyone, we kind of forgot about it, but this pawn over here can still be captured. Rook c2 played. Dina can take this pawn. Do we want to take this pawn? Do we care about a pawn on the side of the board? It would be kind of funny to have doubled pawns on both flanks. Also available to Dina. Bishop takes c6. Dina can go into this endgame. Should be winning for black. The more the engine thinks about this, the more the engine thinks black is winning. The extra pawn on the side of the board trying to become a new queen. That looks not so clear. You guys are wrong. See here? Grandmaster. She goes for it. She goes for it. Bishop takes pawn. And now time is of no concern anymore. Are we at move 40? We are not at move 40. But now the next 5 moves are obvious. The next 5 moves are obvious, at which point we will be at move 41. Erdosh captures the bishop. Dina will now sacrifice the rook. Dina's living everything Alexandra dreamed this tournament. Dina's tournament is what Alexandra thought her event was going to be like. Alexandra wanted to sacrifice her rook, but Dina's the one actually doing it. And Dina's beating the Grandmasters. This is going to be the second Grandmaster she beats in this tournament. And not just an ordinary Grandmaster. A former top 100 player in the world. Both Erdos and Gajewski have been top 100. The pawn makes it another step forward. Dina has sacrificed her rook. And look at her. Did you guys see that? That is such a power move. Girl boss moment. Leans over to grab herself another queen. The rook comes over. The pawn promotes. Queen chosen. Trade. Also, trade between the pawns on the other side. And with that, we got 5 quick moves. And what did I tell you guys? When she made the decision to capture on c6, time would no longer be an issue. And now it's not. Because we have officially passed the move 40 deadline. Dina does not have 1 minute and 50 seconds on the clock. The clock is wrong. She just got an additional 30 minutes. So she can now spend 30 minutes to figure out how to win this. The question is, after e5, knight to e6. Can white both capture this pawn and get back in time? The answer is no. Okay, Dina has to be a little bit careful. So here, Dina can get another queen, but it's better to just run the king over. This is how Dina wins. Run the king over to capture the knight. And then get your queen. Is it hard to find? No. Not hard to find. But this is going to take some time. Dina leans back. She knows this is going to take some time. But the end result is likely positive. Is that Simon? It's a ginger with a big beard. Of course it's Simon. Ginger GM in the background, checking out his fellow streamer, nodding approvingly. Okay, chat, I'm going to take a little break. We're going to let Dina think about things. Let her figure this one out. Dina has a winning position against the Grandmaster for the second time in the tournament. First time around, she finished the game in style. Can she do it another time?
Hello, it is I, Andrea from the future. I have time traveled to send you a very important message. And that is that today's stream is brought to you by Coinbase. Coinbase is the most trusted and secure online platform for buying, selling, trading, and storing cryptocurrency. Coinbase provides crypto beginners an easy platform to not only trade cryptocurrency, but also provides educational resources. Brought to you by Coinbase.
Okay, we got to move. E5 on the board. I guess we're not taking a break. Okay, we are taking a break because now Victor's got to figure stuff out. Dina takes a break. Well-deserved queen. She's up a pawn, and it's no ordinary pawn. We are basically watching the coronation of the a7 pawn. But with Dina taking a break, I will follow her lead. I'll be back though. welcome back to the interesting and intriguing thing that is competitive chess. While I was on a break, absolutely nothing has happened. Grandmaster at chess, grandmaster at choosing break moments. Is there anything the man cannot do? Well, to be entirely honest with you, beating Victor Erdos with the black pieces, probably pretty high up on the list I can't do. But then, of course, I am no Dina Belenkaya. How many points does Dina have? Dina had 1 point more than Alexandra going into this round. So Alexandra is now on 4 out of 7. Dina, if she wins this, would be on 5 out of 7. Why doesn't he resign? Gosh. Twitch chat. He must know the eval? How can he know the eval? Like, this is a complicated endgame. We literally had to make 15 moves on the board to figure out the best way for Dina to win. I mean, he probably suspects that he's lost, but he's still going to try to find the best way of making life difficult for Dina. I mean, she's playing great chess. All my respects to her, but she's only rated 2300. If she could find the best move in every situation, she would be 2800. Is IM better than Woman Grandmaster? Yes. The requirements for the IM title are slightly higher. But we already had this discussion previously that Dina already has all of her IM norms. She only needs to raise her rating to 2,400 to get the title. On the other hand, what I was thinking about in the break is whether or not Dina can get the Grandmaster norm, which I imagine would be her first. So I'm actually, while we're waiting, I'm gonna, on my second monitor, I'm gonna find the World Chess, the World Chess Federation regulations for how to become a Grandmaster. And I quote, actually, let me find where I need to quote before I start quoting. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Here we are. Here we are. To make a Grandmaster norm in a 9-round tournament, you need to face a minimum of 3 Grandmasters. So far, Dina has played 2. You need to have minimum 2 other chess federations than your own among your opponents. So far, Dina has played someone from Slovakia, Greece, Iceland, Poland, Madagascar, Germany, and Hungary. She's fine. She's also representing Israel herself. Max number of unrated players, 2. So far, she has faced no unrated players. Max from her own federation, 5. So far, she has not played anyone from her own federation. Maximum from one federation, 6. So far, everyone she's played has been from a different country, meaning different chess federation. Okay, so in order to make a Grandmaster norm with all of the above covered, Dina needs to make 7 points out of 9 against an average rating of 2,380. So I will now bring out my calculator and take a look at Dina's opponents so far in this tournament. Dina has played one guy with 2,002 in rating, 2,473, 2,075, 2,587, which was the rating of Gajewski, but it's also the same rating as Erdos. She actually faced someone with 2,587 twice. So we'll add that twice. 2,448 plus yesterday she played a guy at 1887, but the rules say, and I quote, one player may be lifted to 2,200. So if someone is rated below that, they can be raised to that rating. So Jonas from yesterday, instead of counting like an 1800, he counts as a 2,200. So when I now divide this number by 7, I will have Dina's current average rating for her opponents. So currently, Dina has played an average rating of 2,338.8571428571443. Let's round it up to 2339. That means she is currently below the average rating she needs to get a Grandmaster norm, because she needed 2,380. So now we need to figure out what rating does she need her last 2 opponents to be in order to raise her average to what she needs. So she needed 2,380. She currently has 2,339. She needs to increase the average rating of 41. That is a lot. Can someone do the math here? I'm sure there's like a clever math way of figuring this out. This is a chess stream on Twitch with 22k viewers. Surely one of you is some kind of math whiz. $23.80 times 9 minus what you had before dividing. Thank you. Vila coming in. Clutch. Wow. We should have been doing this all along. Okay, he did it wrong. Okay, now he did it right. Divided by 2. Okay, so Dina needs, in order for her to get a Grandmaster norm, which is a big deal. Big deal. In order to get a Grandmaster norm, she needs both of her opponents in the last rounds to be 25-24. And then she needs to beat both of them. Big oof. Well, to be fair, so far she did beat both the Grandmasters she faced. By the way, chat, I once tried to calculate how many Grandmaster norms I have. I'm pretty sure it was more than 30. We asked? No, you didn't ask. I thought it was interesting side fact. Weird flex. You know me. I like my flexes to be a bit different. Magnus has more than you, baby. Yeah, he does. Be a nice hammer and give her 2. What has those 30 norms done for you so far? Well, yeah. Chat, if we start questioning the validity of Grandmaster norms and their momentous achievements, then this whole thing we're doing is just not gonna work out, is it? He thought about life's real questions in that moment. I did. At the end of the day, it's just a game. It's not what you like hearing when you've spent a couple of 1,000 hours on something. Does he know it's his turn? Yeah, no, but he's trying to figure out how to stop the pawn. Number one, he's trying to figure out whether he can capture the pawn on g5. Yeah, and then secondarily, yeah, so he's either going to go and grab this pawn or he's going to move his knight over to block. And probably he will realize that he doesn't have time to go grab this pawn. So then he will instead go here to block the black pawn. And then Dina will run with her king. Oh, apparently this is important. And then both players will run with their kings. And if Dina tries to kick the knight out, then apparently it's a draw. So Dina needs to find a better plan than this. Will you resign if playing as white? Hell no. I just showed you how there's a potential draw. But on the other hand, if you go grab the pawn, then black's pawn will make headway trying to become a new queen. So he should definitely move the knight over to try and stop the black pawn. Is she no longer winning? Oh, yeah, she's winning. Oh, no, chat. She's winning. It's just that she needs to find the right plan. If the knight moves over, Dina needs to do something better than just spending tons of time trying to chase the knight away. But that's difficult because if you don't spend that time to chase the knight, then your pawn is never going to be able to move forward. So the most obvious plan is to move the king over, and apparently that's not working, and that's a problem when the obvious plan doesn't work. Hello, everyone. On a Kremling rating with a huge group of 3,811. How are you doing? To be entirely honest with you, we just moved. I would estimate it at about 8 meters. 9 and something yards. I don't really know. Well, you guys are on a Kremling. Oh, yeah, that's fine. I don't need to figure out weird American systems. I can tell you how it is. We moved 8 meters from Anna's board to Dina's board. And I've got some good news for you. It is a good day for the chess girls. I'm hearing rumors that Anna got a draw from the jaws of defeat. Alexandra won her game very quickly, took down that scary 13-year-old girl. And here we have Dina. And Dina is about to beat her second grandmaster of the tournament. And knight to e4 is on the board. Victor Erdos makes a bad decision here. Bad decision. He's greedy. He's going after the pawn on g5 to restore material equality. But while the white knight is busy capturing the black pawn, Dina can now rush her pawn up the side of the board. And the reason I think this was a bad decision is because now the obvious plan for black is winning. He should have gone for the variation where the obvious plan for black was a draw. Yes, he is winning a pawn right now, but he's also allowing that black pawn to just rush down the board. Dina now has a couple of obvious moves in a row. 1, 2, 3, 4. AKA 1, 2, 3, 4. Also, notice the time situation. Victor on this move spent 25 minutes. He is now down . He is now down to 6 minutes on the clock. Okay, let's take a look at the variations. Pawn up, captures, pawn up. Okay, Dina has played it. Just continue, Dina. One little pawn went to market. Two little ponies went to market. No, I guess that's a wrong. That doesn't work as a... Okay, whatever. She's doing it. Okay, so here the question was, where would the white knight move afterwards? He moves back to e4, which is what we had calculated when we studied this variation. Dina should now continue forward. The knight will continue backwards. The pawn continues forward. The knight comes into defense and the bishop moves out of the way. And here we had this position in our analysis. And we figured out that this was winning for Dina as long as she was a good little chess player and made sure to run with her king over to take out the knight. So this is important, people. If Dina gets a new queen, that makes her life a lot more difficult, because now if she loses her pawn, that's going to be a draw. Okay, apparently this is also still winning, but you know, it's harder than it needs to be. Okay, so far, 1, 2, 3, 4 moves. I feel like someone said this. 4 easy moves in a row for Dina. So far, so good. After knight b3, we have a message from chat. Gakaz in chat says, only bishop d4 is winning here. It's very important for Dina to prevent the king from entering into the middle of the board. If Dina now goes bishop c3, the king will be able to get involved through the center. And this might be a draw. Okay, my computer still says this is winning, but I'm trusting chat to, I don't know, have better computers or something. I agree at the very least that this feels, it feels like we should try to prevent the king from getting into the middle. It makes our life much more difficult. Might still be a win, but difficult. But that's fine. Because bishop d4 makes perfect sense. Why wouldn't you move the bishop to the center of the board and try to restrict the movement of the opponent's king? It makes perfect sense. She's going for the bishop. And she's putting it in the middle. And now Victor only has 7 minutes to figure out his plan. His knight is stuck. The knight has to stay to protect the A1 square. Dina's plan will be to move her king up and capture the knight. In order to prevent that plan, Erdős is going to have to try and push his pawn forward. But once that pawn is pushed forward, Dina can return or she can win the knight. There will be many ways for Dina to win the game. So one possible continuation now. Pawn g3, pawn f4. Dina doesn't even care that he gets to capture her last pawn. Because it's not her last pawn. This is her last pawn. And even with just one pawn remaining, Dina wins the game. So whatever you do, don't get a new queen. In this position, don't get a new queen. If you get a new queen, game is a draw. Black manages to trade off the final black pawn. So this becomes the big moment. Will Dina go grab a new queen. And no, she doesn't. She activates her king. Erdosh also trying to get his king involved. Dina knows. Now it's a race. Now it is a race. Erdos trying to move his king over. Ooh, but he will manage to get his king over. He will manage to get the king in position to stop the black king from entering and attacking the knight. But, chat, now we can go and get ourselves a new queen. Because now, with the positioning of our king, every time the pawn moves forward, we can avoid the trade thanks to the king helping out. And then we just got to figure out how to win this position. Yeah, we can't make progress there. Okay, so basically we have to move our king over so that white is forced to move the pawn forward. And then we go back and we run like hell. Okay, still kind of tricky. Still kind of tricky.
Hello, it is I, Andrea from the future. I have time traveled to send you a very important message. And that is that today's stream is brought to you by Coinbase. Coinbase is the most trusted and secure online platform for buying, selling, trading, and storing cryptocurrency. Coinbase provides crypto beginners an easy platform to not only trade cryptocurrency, but also provides educational resources. Brought to you by Coinbase.
In the meantime, Victor has played king to f1. Now Dina is realizing that she will not be able to get her king next to and chasing away the knight. And if Dina gets herself a new queen, and moves her king to this f5 square, then it's a draw. Because white will sacrifice their pawn to dislodge the black king from protecting the pawn. And then you're left with only a bishop. So Dina can move forward here and give herself a new queen. But she needs to realize that her king belongs on the d5 square to protect the pawn. And if she realizes that, she might as well move her king over there immediately. Why is computer suggesting e4? There's no way the computer is suggesting e4. Wow. Yeah. If Dina plays e4, I think we should disqualify her from the tournament. That's the same as a Fortnite player getting 80 kills. Are you kidding me? Yeah, because then it's a draw. Yeah, okay. The good old Zugzwang. So basically, if white could just say pass for the rest of the game, this game would be a draw. But in chess, you're not only kind of, you don't only have the right to always make a move, you also have the commitment, the duty. I'm not sure what the right word is there. So you always have to make a move. Obligation. Thank you. So here, even though white would make a draw if you could just sit still, white has to make a move. And if you move the knight, well, then Dina will get a queen. And if you move the king, then the black king will be able to capture the knight, and then you get a queen on the next move. That is some wild, wild, wild endgame thing. I mean, seriously. If Dina plays e4, I was about to say something that's probably not appropriate for the stream. She should be investigated for hidden devices. And she's thinking about it. Like, if this was my game, I would have played King E6 ages ago. I mean, the only way she's spending so much time on this move is if she's actually considering playing E4. And look, she's got the prayer face back on. Okay, now we lost her. Black Pepper, thank you for gifting another 10 subs. I appreciate your generosity this stream. She's gonna play it? There's no way she's playing it. Like, come on. I mean, it's... I feel like that hand was gonna play e4. I seriously feel like she was... No. No. Is e4 the only winning move here? No. She can get a new queen and it's winning. Moving the king up is also winning. But giving away one of your only pawns, one of your main ways to win the endgame. Okay, if you're just stopping by, this is the situation. Dina here with the black pieces is close to winning her game against a former top 100 player of the world, Victor Erdos. The computer engines are saying the best way for black to win is by pushing this pawn forward in the center. It's a very counterintuitive move because normally when there's so few pawns left, if you're trying to win the game, you want to keep all the pawns because they are potential queens. Okay. There is no need for strip searches. Dina has played pawn to a1. It is a good move. But now she needs to find the right follow-up plan afterwards. She needs to realize that her king needs to go to the d5 square instead of the f5 square. Important moment. Is analysis broken? Yes. It's very broken. Okay, I kind of fixed it. Is it too late for e4 now? Yes, Amanda. So now, Dina's only hope of winning this game is by turning this e5 pawn into a queen. There's no other way to win this game. This pawn needs to become a new queen. But in order to do that, it needs to pass the f3 pawn without being captured. Is it possible to checkmate with king and bishop only? No, it is not. And that is why it's so crucial that Dina hold on to her final pawn. Any chance of winning on time? No. For each move they make, they get an additional 30 seconds. So the clock will not help Dina. King G2 is a very surprising move. Okay, so the good news is White is not trying to force a trade of pawns. The bad news is White is trying to be tricky by moving his king up in an unexpected area. Dina should now play bishop to c3. She should try and put her bishop on e1 and put pressure on this g3 pawn. If Dina now goes king e6, this is probably fine as well. Yeah, okay, I take back what I said. This king g2 move is terrible. I don't know what he's thinking. If Dina now goes king e6, I think he has to go back to make her life difficult. Like, if he tries to do this plan along the side of the board, okay, then it's a draw? No? Wow. Okay, this is interesting. So this is a draw. Okay, so that's not a draw. So this is a draw. That is wild. That is actually wild. Okay, so it turns out this endgame is much more difficult than I originally thought. Dina plays king f5, which I was going to critique because I thought she should move her king over here. But now that we analyzed some of the moves, I'm starting to think putting the king here for the time being is good. After king h3, now Dina should play bishop c3. She needs to put her bishop to put pressure on the g3 pawn. This is should be an easy move. Bishop c3, easy move. This is an easy plan. Okay, she does it. The king moves up, but now we get our bishop. This is what's good about this. We stop the king from moving further up. The bishop will have its optimal placement. And now it's going to be easy for Dina. I don't know why he's moving his king up there. Maybe it would have worked if Dina didn't play this bishop c3 move. But now it's just bishop e1. I think it's over. And I think it's easy. Oh, engine broke? Yeah, engine broke. Sorry. Okay, now engine is back. Sorry, guys. Sorry. So bishop e1, very easy move. Forces the king to go back down. And then Dina just moves over here to win the game. I don't understand why he made it so easy. Mate, checkmate in 45. Uh-oh. We're fine. It's not the square I wanted, but it's fine. It's completely fine. Now Dina has a trick. If king h5, she goes bishop g5. Stalemating the king, forcing the pawns to move so that she can capture the pawns. Now the king moves back. Now I would like her to go here. Like, don't mess this up. Like, just keep the pressure on this guy. Yeah. Good move. And now the plan is to keep the white king occupied defending this pawn while we take the trip around with our king. We can maybe even do it easier. We don't have to go the whole way round. Zero, one. It's because I did the checkmate. Okay, here you go, chat. If you move the king, can't he just push f4? No. Well, number one, if he plays f4 now when the pin is on, then we can just capture. And you cannot recapture because of the king. And then if he moves the king, you just continue. And if he tries to trade the pawns, you say, no, I need this guy to win the game. And here you can even do a little Zugzwang. Forcing the king to move back, and then you just promote. Okay, Dina found it. Victor only has 3 minutes left. And Dina has demonstrated that she knows the right plan of action. Her next 3 moves are super easy. What's her live rating? So far in this tournament, Dina has won 14.4 ratings. But by winning this game, she will win 16.8, which will put her at a total of 31.2. She will gain 31.2 rating when she wins this game. I'm going to let you guys savor that moment for a little bit until I give you the bad news. On the April rating list from the World Chess Federation, after having played tournaments in the German Regional League, the Spring Adults Only tournament in Charlotte, and the GM Norm Invitational, also in Charlotte, Dina has lost 33 points. So far, the points she's winning this tournament is just regaining the points she lost on her trip to North Carolina. Okay, Dina now just needs to execute her plan. If she moves her king up now, she will win this game. It's still okay. It's still okay. But every time she does this, she gives Victor the additional option of moving his king back. Although I guess it doesn't really matter now, because the king cannot get back here to stop the black king. Yeah, I mean, no matter what Dina does, she's going to win the game, because white can't even get his king back into defense here. Yeah, and this is just easy. It's okay. She's taking the scenic route, people. She's a woman of high class. She's a globetrotter. She's taking the scenic route, but she's still getting there. She's just enjoying the trip. And now the king is coming. Are they playing for 5 hours straight? You know it. They started 4 hours and 55 minutes ago. Okay, we have a development. The Grandmaster is trying to run away with his pawn. If Dina now moves her king in to capture the white pawn, the game will end in a draw. Okay, here she's even kind of lucky to get a draw because she's way behind in the race. So now that she's provoked the pawn into moving, she needs to change her plan. And importantly, if she moves her king back... Oh, yeah, this is also winning. So basically, any move yeah, and this is also winning. Yeah. So any move other than king to e3 and Dina wins this game. Okay. Any move other than the king moving up and Dina wins this game. Bishop e3, king d5. One of these moves and she wins. But it makes perfect sense. Bishop f e3, a very easy move. Easy move. Because the opponent just tried to run away with his pawn. Bishop to e3 stops the pawn. And then we make space for our king. Although here it's maybe a bit more difficult than it needed to be. Because here you're going to have to do some mumbo jumbo to make it work. Putting your bishop in the corner. Also good, king to d5. Just run back to stop the pawn. Easy. How many moves until we get more time? There is no more time. This is it. 5 minutes, 30 extra seconds per move you make. But there is no extra time. This is move 60. Can you explain why king e3 is a draw? It's simply because we have no way of stopping the pawn. So we gotta avoid moving the king up so that the pawn runs away. Bishop e3 tries to stop the pawn. King d5 also tries to stop the pawn. It's illogical playing king d5 right after you went king d4. But the position changed. The situation changed and now has different demands. And she finds it. Easy. The pawn continues forward. Dina continues backwards. Game over. Next move, Dina will play bishop to e3 and the grandmaster will resign. Congratulations, Dina. Well done. Bishop e3 and white will resign. GG's, GG's, GG's. Let's go, Dina. Taking down her second grandmaster of the tournament. She knows it. She knows she's got it in the bag. That was a stretch of relief. And Victor will resign. If you like this chess you're seeing from Dina Belenkaya, go check out her Twitch. Go check out her Twitter. Give her a follow. She earned it. And if you're not following this channel already, I don't know what you're doing. But yeah, follow us as well. He didn't resign, but it's okay. He'll resign now. He doesn't want to resign because he can tell Dina's so stressed out. Dina captures the pawn. And now one move to win. Only move to win. Bishop f4. And he resigns. Weak ass handshake from Dina. But pretty fabulous gameplay. Congratulations. Congratulations to Dina. Her second Grandmaster defeated in a row. She's in the running for a Grandmaster norm. She's very likely to make an IM norm, but she already has a lot of them. Black Pepper coming in, gifting 20 subs to the community. Thank you so much. Dina kind of just ran away. I'm assuming she'll be back to get the camera. Dina doesn't know that we've been following her game. And since her game lasted like 3-4 hours longer than Alexandra's, she's probably expecting that no one is watching. And so she'll probably just turn off the camera and go home. But we'll stay on to see if she gives us a little smile. Ulan, thank you for the 5 gifted. If you're looking for some way of spending your evening now that Dina's masterclass is over, you may want to check the BotezLive YouTube. For daily recaps from Reykjavik. Grandmaster offered me a draw. I refused. Good on you, Dina. Good on you. I actually don't have Dina on Discord. Dina Chads in the chat. Let me see if I can get Dina on Discord. I sent her a friend request. While we wait, we have a special message for you.
Hello, it is I, Andrea from the future. I have time traveled to send you a very important message. And that is that today's stream is brought to you by Coinbase. Coinbase is the most trusted and secure online platform for buying, selling, trading, and storing cryptocurrency. Coinbase provides crypto beginners an easy platform to not only trade cryptocurrency, but also provides educational resources. Brought to you by Coinbase.
Okay, Dina's coming on Zoom. Let me see. Do I have the Zoom call? Yeah. Okay, we'll get Dina on Zoom. So I'll do some of the announcements for tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'm doing the Norwegian coverage of the Champions Chess Tour. Which means that I'm not available to do commentary on the Reykjavik Open. But we've found a replacement. Or rather, we've found two replacements. So tomorrow, featuring on the BotezLive channel, Miss Andrea Botez, together with Mr. Levi Rossman, aka Gotham Chess, the Rook. So yeah, that's happening. Dina's going to show us the venue. Turns out, people still playing. The round started 5 hours and 13 minutes ago, and people are still playing. Dina's going to guide us out to the outskirts of this venue. It is the Harpa Concert Hall in Reykjavik by the harbor. Are you talking, Dina? Because I can't hear you.
Hey.
Hey.
Oh, you can
GG's.
hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, I heard you wanted us to be friends on Discord. That's so sweet of you. Hello? Hi. Wait. I don't hear you. Hi. Oh. Is that normal that I don't hear you? Why I don't hear you? Is that normal that I don't hear you? Why is he
If
not
she's going to
talking
be
to me?
trolling me about the Discord request I sent to be nice to put her on the show, I didn't need to put her on the show. I could have ended stream. I didn't
That's
need
okay.
to watch her game. I could have ended stream.
It's okay. Hi.
And now I have to take shit for sending a Discord friend request? Hell no.
I'm calling you on Discord. You wanted us to have a call on Discord, no?
Not anymore.
Wait, I don't hear you.
Not anymore.
Oh, you're okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just wanted to be nice. No, honestly, thank you so much, Hammer, for covering my game again. Honestly, I feel honored.
Yeah. Tell us,
really
when did he offer a draw?
Okay, so it was when he started being low on time, and he was kind of like nervous and panicking, and I think it was when I played e5 and he took on e6. I like knight f3 wasn't working, so I took back with the pawn. And I think somewhere here he played king h1. I did, yeah, king h1. I think after king h. Wait, I actually have it. I think it was after king h1. Yes, king h1. And I was like, first of like, I have a history where a higher rate opponent offers me a draw because they feel they're in trouble, and I refuse, and I always lose. But I was like, okay, Dina, try to be objective, not emotional, but objective. And objectively, it looked like I had an advantage. Plus, I had better time, and plus, he was worried. And then I told myself, okay, what's the point of making a draw against the grandmaster? Like the rating, I don't care. I already lost like a lot of points when I played in Charlotte in USA. So yeah, it was like, if I have an advantage, I'm better on time. Why don't I just continue and just play careful, like not not forcing. I don't have to like win. I just continue to play and then see what happens.
Wow.
Yeah. So, but in general, I don't like draws. I think draws are lame. I think it's like it's kind of like draw rules should be removed from chess. This is what I think. And also, yeah, I mean, usually like if I was on the place of my coach and I knew that my student had an advantage and they accepted a draw just because they were playing against a higher rated opponent, then I would definitely yell at them. I think we're here to learn for sure. And but the other side is like I obviously like super tired and sleep deprived and not in my best shape normally, so like objectively maybe it's nice to accept draw just to save some energy, but it felt like, okay, I'm here to have fun and to enjoy, and yes, that's why I continued. And then actually little by little I realized that I was really having zero risk. Like I think I missed like more direct wins for sure, but in the end game, like it looked like everything I did was correct. I mean, I'm not sure about bishop takes c6, like forcing this endgame, but in the end it was winning, because like when I went there I was like, okay, bishop against knight, fast pawn should be winning, but is it winning or not? I have no idea. So I was like, okay, in the worst case I will have a draw. So something like this.
Yeah.
But I think like somewhere knight f3 was supposed to work. At first I wanted to play knight f3 after like I pushed e5 and he took, but then just king h1 and I couldn't make a sense of it. And then when I played queen c6 later on, and he played like bishop d3, maybe here bishop c6, pawn takes queen c6, king g1, and maybe there is something, but I couldn't see, so I was like, okay, then I shouldn't sacrifice this if I don't see. But you tell me, maybe there is some just winning two moves.
Yeah, queen h5 is winning according to the engine.
Queen h5 and knight f3 threat, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, I could feel that there was something, but just because I didn't see, maybe intuitionally you should do such sacrifices, but maybe it was, yeah, I don't know, I didn't want to take risk.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Well, it worked out.
Is queen h5 the only way though? Or there are like 20 other ways?
My engine is only giving me one move. I can try bishop e5 and see. Yeah, okay, bishop e5 is also an advantage, but not winning. G4 is a draw. No, it's worse for black. Rook c8 is also worse. Yeah, so queen h5 is pretty important.
Yeah, well, queen h5, see, it's a very like, it's kind of like a quiet move, and you win like in two moves, yeah, like you just checkmate, or like I assume take material, and it's like, I think, yeah, if it's only move, then I'm not sure how practical it is to sacrifice just for intuition. Although, my coach would always tell me, when you sack a piece for 2 pawns and you still continue to attack, have the initiative, it means that it's definitely worth it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it was fine. Like, yeah. Not playing that is still fine, right? You still manage to win the game, and you still decline the
Yeah,
draw
I'm not
and
sure.
it
Yes, I'm
it
not
doesn't
sure
ruin the
how
game
accurate I was
whatsoever.
playing, but yes, I'm not sure how accurate I was playing after. I was just trying to make logical moves, and I could feel that I had an advantage. I just wanted to keep on, with the even with the slightest. Like when I went for 2 bishops, I knew like, okay, I'm slightly better, and I'll continue. And then little by little, it just seemed like my advantage was growing and growing and growing until the point, I decided to go for concrete line, and it had worked. And once again, like logically, I must have missed some easier ways to win, but I don't know, you tell me.
No, I don't think so. I mean, maybe a bit easier, but no, I think it was pretty well executed.
Yeah, like
Engine said
pawn
you
was
were winning
running-
throughout since b takes a5.
Oh yeah, b takes a5. Yeah, that was interesting because do I have to go into? I mean, once again, the end game turned out to be winning, but funny thing, it looked like the way I won with bishop against knight as if it was the only way to win, because there was this very nice trap I missed at first. It's like when I take the knight, he can go king e2, and if I go king f5, then he has f4, e4, king e3, and now there is no way to stop g4, and he takes the last pawn, and it's a draw.
Yeah.
So then I realized that I have to go with the king the other way. And up until like the very end, I was not sure at all if that's winning. But at the same time, when he attacked my pawn on g5, I had an option to play g4. And like, he cannot take right away, but it would help him to bring the king. And I told myself that it doesn't matter if I keep the g pawn on the board or not. What matters is not to let my opponent bring the king to e4 and let the exchange the pawn. So I really need to prioritize the timing and bring my own king first. And like, okay, he can take the g pawn. It's not the g pawn that will help him make the draw. It's only by trading the last one.
Yeah.
So I'm curious if what I did in bishop against knight, that was the only way, or if there were some other ways. Maybe, yeah.
Well,
because there is always this idea in the air, like I can just bring the king to the knight, but it seems like he brings the king to d3 and I cannot pass.
Yeah. No, I mean, we were talking about on stream because the computer engines wanted you to go e4 instead of getting the new queen.
Whoa. Yes, exactly. So it would help me bring my king fast. I kind of saw this idea like somewhere in some other, like I saw first with the king, like king d5, like king e6, f4, and then king d5, and let him take the pawn and bring the king to the knight. I saw it somewhere, but it seemed like it was super like responsible as a decision, and I didn't want to take those risks. Like it just like what I did in the game, it seemed like there was no way to stop it, so I was like, I should go for a safer version.
Yeah, I'm with you. I may have said something that if you played e4, yeah, I said something in that regard thereabouts. Yeah. No, I think e4 is not really a human move.
Yeah, but I mean, at least I saw it. I mean, definitely not e4, but I saw the idea. So I play e4, then I play king e5. He plays like king f1. No, something.
King e2,
yeah. Wait,
yeah.
how do I bring the king? King takes d5, king e2, and then somehow I should be able to bring the king. Or where was
basically
his king?
You're just using a Zugzwang because his king can never approach the pawn.
Yeah, and then I just slowly come to the knight. But this is by the way, this is like a very book type of endgame win, and I lost once against Olga Gira, who's by the way also grandmaster now in some Russian championship. I lost to her with the same kind of like thing that she had the bishop and the pawn, and I only had like king and the knight, and she just with the king just with Zugzwangs, just the knight was totally blocked. So yeah, I saw the idea. It just seemed like practically was way too more responsible as a decision than what I did in the game.
Yeah. No, I think what you did was fine. Dina, you won a great game.
Yay! So cool. Okay, in the opening though, I mean, I don't want to.
I'm not going to go through the whole game with you, Dina. But what I will do is I want to ask you, how many IM norms do you have?
Okay, that's a nice question. I actually have way too much. I have like 4 out of 3 needed.
So
yeah.
you don't really care about IM norms.
No. I need rating, but it's been more or less like soon to be 7 years. I'm jumping between 2250 and 2350, and yeah, so I definitely need that 100 rating points push to gain my title. But the funny thing is that I never did a WGM norm. All my WGM norms were actually IM norms.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
So,
but thank you so much. Honestly, thank you so much, Hammer, for being there and for covering my game. Honestly, I didn't expect. And huge thanks to Alex and BotezLive for putting me into the show. I'm just happy to be here. I mean, it's definitely thanks to Alex. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come. So yeah, thanks, guys.
Alexandra convinced you to come, and now you're beating 2 grandmasters in 2 attempts.
Yes, that's exactly what happened. She messaged me like 1 week before they went, and I was like, "What?" And I was playing another event, GM Norm Invitational in Charlotte, and I was like, "What? Reykjavik isn't like in 1 week. I have no time to recover." And I just played 14 games in a row. But Alex was like, "No, you should come," and I was like, "Yeah, I should come."
Are you happy with your decision?
Totally. No, I'm enjoying. No, thank you, guys. Thank you. No, but I assume it must be a long stream for you. So yeah. Honestly, I don't want to take you for too long, but thank you so much once again.
I have one final question for you. So, Dina, you say you have 4 IM norms. How many Grandmaster norms do you have?
Whoa. Everyone in this room, just slow down, okay? Slow down, take a chill pill. Grandmaster norms are not something we have ever thought of, okay? So calm down, everyone.
Because I mean, Victor spent 25 minutes thinking about this knight e4 move to grab the g5 pawn. So we had a lot of time on our hands. So we got our calculator and we started crunching numbers.
Okay.
And if you beat 2 25-24 rated players, you get the Grandmaster norm.
Wait, 2 more?
You need to win, and they need to have a minimum rating on average of 25-24.
Okay. Well, if Anna Kramling got Eric Rosen completely randomly paired with, then I can definitely get a couple of 25-24. And then the only task for me would be to win against them, which is definitely not a big deal. So why not?
Yeah, just going to put that out there.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Now I know what is my goal here. I thought I was like, I need to think about my recap, but no, now I need to think about my GM norm. Thank you.
Okay, good game, Dina. Congratulations, beating your 2nd Grandmaster in a row. Both of them rated 2587. Both of them former top 100 players in the world. Well done, Dina.
Thank you, Hammer. Thank you so much. Crazy, isn't it? Well, right, guys, I'm gonna leave you on this one. And be aware of my recap. It's gonna go tomorrow. I definitely gonna share my thoughts on this game as well. Thank you so much.
And then I would be amiss if I did not mention the BotezLive recaps on YouTube as well. In addition to, amongst other, the BotezLive merch available on BotezLive.shop. This has been a long stream, but we are done for today. Tomorrow you'll have Andrea and Gotham Chess. Mr. Levy the Rook Rossman. But until next time, everyone, try to cheer on Alexandra. Try to make her feel good about playing this tournament. Because if she plays another over the board tournament, I may be back to do commentary. But if she doesn't do over the board tournaments, you'll never see me again. Okay, we're going to send off a raid. And bye-bye, everyone.